think. Coffee cold, but can't think. Neon ones, down, don't blink. Where they go, who's the link?
True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Idaho in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
Coffee cold, but can't think. Neon ones, down, don't blink. Where they go, who's the link?
True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone.
Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link?
You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link?
Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Idaho in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone.
Coffee cold, I can't think.
wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
Coffee cold, mud can't bake. Meanwhile, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link?
True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. He a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
As well as the defense's trial briefing. I hope you guys are all on board for that. We're going to also review a couple videos put out there. Our own Miss Lucy Lou put one out. Guys, I want to review that with you, as well as something that went out. Brian Denton stuck out there. We're going to review that as well, and whatever else we get into, folks. So please, if you will, make sure to hit that like button. And, do your thing. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing here today. Please, Anna. Thank you. And that being said, am I muted? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I shouldn't be muted. Hello, hello. That being said, guys, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharp It's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the grave at the True Crime Cafe. The reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the True Crime Cafe.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. It's great to see you all today. And I hope you're all having an amazing day. I hope to God that typically got to end first. I don't want to cut into hers at all. Come on in the door, grab a seat, get comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and a good night to you all, wherever you are, whoever you are. I hope it's good for you guys because it's great to be here with you as always. Nothing but love for all you beautiful people. It is great to see you all. You look amazing, guys. And I hope you're having an amazing day to go along with it. Come on in, grab a seat, please. Thank you to my moderators for joining me today. Much love to you all. We all know I couldn't, wouldn't, nor shouldn't ever try to do this without them, folks, because it would be a disaster. And speaking of moderators, I think I need to welcome somebody that is a long past due for being part of this crew and this family. To Moonlit Baby. She's been here for a long time. I talked to my mods the other day, and it's time. So welcome aboard, Moonlit. It's wonderful to have you on the crew. I appreciate you very much. You send me things all the time to help out. You've been here for years upon years, every single day, every time I'm live. So at that point, it's time. So welcome. And congratulations, Moonlit. I appreciate you very much, my dear. Very much. Thank you for being part of this family. So everybody that is blue will help you. We will get you we'll get you acclimated to everything with any questions you may have. They're very good. The rest of the crew is very good at doing that and welcoming the new peeps on board. So thank you so much, hon. I appreciate you very much for the support you've given me for the years that you have, and everything you've done to be part of this community. We appreciate that. So welcome aboard again. Let's see who we got joining us today. The megastars in the house. Mega P, welcome back. Miss Rach, good to see you as well. Miss Krista's in the house today, guys. Good to see you. We got to get together so I can help you to figure out how to work on getting you a song together, Miss Krista. Care Bears in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you today. In Stitches, what's up, neighbor? Good to see you. The cat lady from way up north, up in Canada. Good to see you. The Canada Dry region, I think she said she lives in. Good to see you. Good to have you. That's just a joke, by the way. Thank you, Rach. You can't hear me? You can't hear me. Can you guys hear me okay or not? Please let me know so I can fix it. Yes? No? Maybe so? Can you hear me or no? What's up? What's up? What's up? Want to make sure you're hearing me okay. Okay. Yes. Okay, good. Good. Tomboy's in the house. Good to see you. Ryan Anderson, welcome back, my friend. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you, Molly. Thank you for joining us. I turned it down because of that the other day. I'll turn you back up. Hold on. Molly, by the way, for those of you that do not know it, is the one that created that amazing song. Oh, it's turned all the way up now. I don't know why, but Miss Meg P, the megastar, good to see you as well. It's okay. It's okay. Let me see. Kibo. Either way, welcome. Good to see you. Sup, Ryan Anderson, Josie West in the house. Good to see you. Eve 22, another amazing creator. Guys, please make sure that we drop Eve's link in here as well. Welcome, Eve. Good to see you, dear. Manum. Let me see. Tomboy's in the house. Good to see you. Rach in the house. Good to see you. Molly Drake. Good to see you. Sam Panther, welcome back to you. It is a great song, isn't it, Ryan? Sure is. Hemisphere, welcome, brother. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Always a pleasure. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. I know there may be a few other peeps that I got to grab here. I'll find you. Just give me a quick second. Come on in. Okay. Mark Schumann, good to see you, my friend. Always happy to have you in the house. We got 55 peeps in the house so far. It looks like we got 29 likes, guys. Please, if you do nothing else, please hit that like button, if you will. Big Red, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Excuse me. Let me see. Show. Smiling Sleuth, great to see you as well. Welcome back. No, I have not yet, and that will be coming to Cat Lady. I'm just trying to make sure I do it all in depth to make sure we get it all together. I am doing it, though. Thank you for reminding me of it, though. I appreciate that you're paying attention, dear. That makes so much sense. Robert's in the house with True Crime Unleashed. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Red Riding Hood's in the house, too. Running from that big bad wolf. Hide in here. I hope not. We will protect you if that's the case. Come on in. Again, I would like everybody to welcome and make sure to show the respect to Moonlit Baby as part of our new crew, a new member of our crew. I appreciate everything she's done and the support she's given to the channel for the long period of time she has. It's way overdue. She's been here for a long time, guys. So welcome aboard again, Moonlit. Appreciate everything you do, dear. And I, more than anything, appreciate the support you've given me for the years you've been here, dear. Offset Guitar Tech, welcome. Good to see you as well. Let me see. Show. Christina Reynolds, welcome. Good to see you. Always happy to have you in the house. Come on in, grab a seat. Thank you for the Purple Hearts, guys. In memory of Wisdom Speaks, who's always has been, always will be part of this community, no matter what. Part of our lives. And that is all there is to say about that. I appreciate that. I do. Thank you. And again, I appreciate you reminding me. And knowing that you pay attention like that, that's awesome. Molly. Again, Molly is the channel videographer. She does all the amazing videos, intros, and outros, the music stuff, everything, guys. She does it. She's done it from the beginning, and she does amazing things. So you can thank her for that. And don't forget, guys, to hop over to Molly's channel. Show some support over there for all the amazing things she does. Please and thank you. We do appreciate that, too. She's so very talented. Please show her support there. Senor Wazowski, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Kaibo, I love that name. Love seeing the green in here. Moonbreaker, great to see you. You are so welcome. And guys, we got some white in here still. I see it. We need to get you guys jumping in the sauce with the rest of us. Please and thank ya. Yes, Molly's stuff is all, she calls it eclectic. It's great stuff. It's great to have you in the house, Eve. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Again, another amazing creator, guys. Please make sure to drop Eve's link. She's put out some really, really good stuff. I was just hanging out over at Typically Unique, who was live, and I hope I didn't overlap her. I didn't even realize she was, because I don't get notifications for all you guys. I'm subscribed to all of you, but I don't get it. I need to get those notifications. Yes, it is good to see she finally made it into blue. It should have happened a long time ago. Yes, I agree with that. Was his name Billy Blank or Blanks or whatever his name was? That guy that did the crazy workout. Yes, it's the same thing I thought of too. Moonlit. What'd you say? See how Dago ignores my orneriness? What are you talking about, Meg? What'd you do? I just left Walmart also. Maybe that's why I have my feisty pants on. Uh-oh. Are you being feisty, Meg? I do that with all of them, Meg. Don't worry. All of you guys get away with a lot more than you probably would imagine you would, because I love you guys so very much. And because I couldn't do this without you guys. So you guys have to have a little bit of release here and there. C-Jag, welcome. Good to see you today as well. And your feistiness is nothing. Don't forget who we have here, guys. Lucy is one of our mods too. So that's feisty. Okay. You do your thing, Moonlit. I'll sit right here in my chair. But if you think you can do it, go for it. We got 93 people in the house, guys. And we have, where did it go? What's going on over here? That's 129 likes with 93 people. How'd that work out? I'll take it. I will take it for sure. There's a fly in here. This fly's been in here for 5 days. It's driving me nuts. I can't catch the damn thing. Lucy is amazing. Yes, Krista, I agree. She's hilarious. We're going to be reviewing Miss Lucy's video today, you guys, because, like Meg just said, it is fire. Fire. Mama Day's in the house. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to all the meatballs for jumping back in the sauce with us today. I do appreciate each and every one of you guys for that. More than you know. I have no idea, Rach, but I'm not complaining. 130 likes with 115 peeps. I'll take it. I will take it right now. Typically Unique's in the house. There she is, guys. I hope you guys were over there watching her show. I hope I didn't overlap. I hope you were able to end before I started. It is so great to see you guys. Please make sure we drop her link again. Another great show she put on today. There's her link right there. Oh, nope, wrong. Right there. There it is. Please make sure that you subscribe over there. You hit the notification bell and you like it up, folks. Share it out. You don't want to miss anything that Typically puts out. She does great work, puts on a great show every time she does it. I'm very proud to see her out there doing it and why she's doing it. So please make sure you subscribe, show some love over there. And I was kind of disappointed. I got to say that I only saw as many people as I saw, because there's so many of us that could be over there hanging out with her. And that's a fact. So please go over, subscribe, and watch what she does. She does great stuff, guys. Truly, she does. Miss Brooke is in the house. Good to see you, Brooke. Thanks for joining us today. I was trying to clue you in about. Oh, what's going on, Meg? What did I miss? There's the link Rach got up there too. Yeah, make sure you head over there after the show today and check out her show she did this morning. She did an awesome job. True Seekers in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Krista. I do appreciate that. I've seen the tomboy over there. I was grateful to see that. I've seen quite a few of you guys over there, and I'm grateful to see that as well. We got to get more over there, though. More support, the better. And she's got plenty of room for all you beautiful people. So make sure you're doing it. Miss Denise, hello and welcome. Good to see you. Did we drop Krista's link in here too, please? I hope. Yes, we did. Oh, yay, yay. Okay. Oh, that's what that meant. Okay. Either way, it's a good video. I love it. We're going to watch it. You guys will like it too. And we have, oh, it's going to be hard. I know you guys, but we're going to sit down and we're going to watch Frodo sit down with, or Frodo is going to broadcast. He put out a video we're going to review where Olivia Stevens, or whatever her last name is, Goncalves, sits down with the prosecutor, Mr. Bilbo Thompson. And that's another video that Enton put out. We're going to review that. And we're going over the state's and the defense's trial briefs and discussing and breaking that down too. So, and we're going to, we are going to cover the injuries, you guys, in depth. I promise. Miss Carolyn, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Miss Denise, I hope you're doing well today. Always in my thoughts and prayers, dear. And guys, if you want to jump into a little bit of entertainment, gossip, I guess we could call it, Miss Krista Marie with reality. She does that over there on her channel. She jumps into the, what do you call it over there? The Bravo stuff going on Bravo channel. And she breaks it down, talks about it, and she puts out her feelings on it. You need to go check it out, guys. My wife loves it. She watches it. She's all into that Bravo stuff. And she's, yes, Rach, we are watching that new video today. She does a great job with it. So go check out Miss Krista Marie's channel, folks, if you will. I promise you, you'll be entertained. That's awesome. That is good. Good for you, Meg. People need to do that. We are definitely breaking that down today. Is Lucy here? Benjamin Zempala, I think. Hello and welcome. Did Lucy show up yet? Becky's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Mama D, always happy to have you here. Yes, I do agree. I do agree. Everything's a lie. Send it on over, Mama D, please, and thank you. Yeah, I got to pull up exactly which document the injuries are listed in again. I don't think I bypassed it. I might have, looking for other stuff, but we will get it up. Jane Kendall back in the house today. Good to see you. Emma R. And guys, it's not raining here, so I should make it all the way through. Thank you guys for joining us yesterday. I'm so sorry that I cut out early. I hate my internet company, but I contacted they just put new lines up in front of my house. Oh, are you hanging out on my ceiling now, you bastard? Drop down here and let me get a good smack on you, son of a bitch. I hate flies, you guys. They drive me nuts. I don't know how he got in, but he's been here for 5 days and he keeps flying around my head and it's driving me crazy. So anyway, States exhibit. I thought, okay, then, yeah, I do have that one. I was going to look at that too if we had the time today and we can review and talk about that. I was kind of hoping Eddie would join me when we covered that one as well. That's what I thought, Ryan. Thank you. But I know I have it. It's in the evidence where I had issue with the cable and she sampled. Gotcha. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Meg. So I just skipped over it the other, or maybe I was going to do it. Maybe I had it up yesterday. I was going to do it and it was part of that. And then when I died out and took off because of my internet dropping. Okay. Giants game, I bet. Making dinner already? What are you making today, Miss Jane? No worries, dear. $208 in here. What is going on? Whoa, how in... Okay. And we have 137 likes. Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Even if you're not in the chat, that means everything. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Tomboy says, I watched a short on how the first officers thought it was a pew-pew, but then they called Giberson and the whole thing changed. Go Brownies. It broke. Folks, I'm kind of irritated. You know the coffee cup I drink out of every single day, all day long. Stir fry at 6:30. Oh, that's right. You're not in. I forgot you weren't in the States. 6. That sounds good, Miss Jane. I was thinking about getting one of them, Benjamin. The salt guns. I was definitely thinking about grabbing one of those. I'd have a blast with it. Miss Lola's in the house. Good to see you. I have not seen nor heard from Tommy. I hope everything's okay. Is there some reason to believe there's not, you guys? Uh-oh. She better not be ignoring her mama, Miss Meg. He's in the hospital. What's going on with Tommy? What's wrong? Did something happen again? Anybody? Somebody, please? I know he had a bout with something a while before, but what's going on? Good God. No. Are you kidding me? Jesus, guys, please keep Tommy Jude in your thoughts and your prayers, if you will. Please and thank you. Truly, he is a friend to the community. He's a friend to me, myself. He's a good person. He's got a good heart. Please keep Tommy in your thoughts and prayers, guys. Damn it. Jesus. I hope he's all right. Thank you, Mark. And Sam, I appreciate that as well. Emma, yes. Yeah, thank you for letting us know, Moonlit. Okay. Thank you, Tomboy. I guess we'll kick off with that whenever we get everybody in here and get moving. Well, welcome back, Meg. Pappy's in the house. Good to see you. Agreed, Lola. Agreed. Thank you, typically. I got you, senor. I got you. You guys are awesome. Welcome you back. Good to see you. I agree. Jesus. 219 people with 140 likes. We are here. We just need Eddie. That's right. Where is Eddie? Thank you, Care Bear. Where is Eddie? I hope Eddie's okay. I haven't seen him really in a couple days. All right. While we're waiting, I guess I'm going to kick this off real here. This is kind of interesting. Tomboy threw out there. And we're going to review this real fast. Quick second here.
This one's all.
Okay. And then the last calls too, this is the timestamp pretty good. Right after it happened. It's at 4:21, 4:22, 4:30. She made these phone calls immediately after the bang.
Okay. Trying to call the people that are in the house, and no one answered and taking it. Perfect.
Do we want to shut this down so traffic's not rolling through?
Probably.
I can do that. All right.
But
Thanks, Darren.
all right. Sounds like there possibly was one gunshot heard, a firecracker.
Okay.
We haven't seen any obvious gunshot wounds. We didn't, like I said, we didn't move anybody. Okay, so it could have been a pistol involved. Okay.
And then the last calls too, this is the timestamp pretty good. Right after it happened, it's at 4:21, 4:22, 4:30. She made these phone calls immediately after the bang.
Okay. Trying to call the people that are in the house and no one answered.
That's interesting. So it sounds like LE thought that this was gun related. Right there. Interesting as it is. Bobby X, welcome. Good to see you, brother. Truth Seekers in the house as well today. You're at Clifton. Great to see you. Thank you, Rach. That's interesting. Thank you, Tom Boy, for throwing that this direction. Yeah, I'm gonna send him an email, Rach, and see if he's able to respond. That's what I was just thinking. Hope everything's all right with him. Tommy put a lot of heart and soul into this, guys. We didn't always agree on some of the stuff that he put out there, but everybody's had their differences, different thoughts and feelings on this. But I love Tommy. I think he's a good person. He truly has always had, his heart in this as to what he wanted. Truth and real justice, same as all of us. So I think that's why. Not everybody's going to agree on their thoughts on this. Not everybody's going to feel the same on their thoughts on this. But all in all, in the end of this, Tommy's a good person, and he really wants the truth, just like the rest of us. So, we got to support him as well as another creator. And yes, notice the call to Darren Gilbertson. That's interesting. It is, Tomboy. I agree. Buenos dias to you, Miss Amy. Looks like Brooke is in the house today with us as well. Great to see you, Miss Brooke. Thank you. He does. He truly does. Tommy's got a huge heart, and he cares, honestly, and truly cares about this case. So that means a lot. No, I get it. I agree with you, Moonlit. It's very sad. It's very sad. That's right. Eva's right. It's okay to disagree. It's in the end what we're all after. That's the goal, and that's facts. That is facts. I think we all want the same thing. We all want real justice and truth for this, and that's why we're here, still here doing what we do. Welcome, Miss Tandy's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Tandy. Thank you for joining us. All right, everybody. Let's see what we got here to get started with. I don't see Miss Lucy yet. She must be busy, and that's okay. Let me see where it's at. We're going to go with this one first because we all love Miss Lucy, and she does amazing things. She put out a hell of a video, folks. That's a fact. Good job, Robert. Good job. I'll have to check it out. I will definitely check it out, my friend. Here we go. You guys also need to subscribe to Miss Lucy, if you will, please. I don't know which channel name to call it, whether it's Heather Fitzgerald or Lucy Morningstar. I think it's Morningstar now. So please make sure we subscribe to that channel if you have not yet. Lucy always puts out greatest stuff in the world, folks. That is a fact. And she's so very knowledgeable when it comes to this case. You cannot go wrong. So let's see. Let's check it out.
When enough people buy into a rumor, that just becomes the accepted narrative. And that's when the real truth just gets buried.
But that's the deck of cards we were dealt in this scenario.
I'll let you hear a clip of the psycho bitch investigator for one of the families who lost her fucking shit on me.
Honestly, bad bitch. If you are stupid enough to keep sharing critical information, even some leaks that could get them not allowed to attend the trial, then you don't deserve to be working with them, okay? Because a couple of things that you've shared from them have actually caused some problems. And I'm not going into it, but regardless of what the families say, you should use a little bit of wisdom before you assume that some of them things are correct. Like the part you released about, we knew that.
Thank you, Meg. There's Lucy's link, guys. Go please subscribe to her, hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything she puts out. And please like it all up, if you will. I appreciate you very much. And this is, AKA GG Jen. Here we go. And my focus, pay attention to this, guys, because this is great what she did here.
The roommate saw somebody naked carrying a kill kit. That is absolutely untrue. And he wasn't carrying a kill kit. I've repeatedly told you what it was, okay? Am I making myself clear, Jasmine? I ain't your little fucking buddy, okay? I saw something in you and decided to start supporting you. Even though your little motherfucking friends tried to loop me into a goddamn debate with you over on Andrew's page after I called and made him look like a dumbass on the phone. I knew of you, just didn't find your content good enough to watch it. Now, I repeat, if you ever want me to look at something and I don't understand it and I ask you to re-explain it and you gaslight me, little girl, I'll go find all your shit content, make sure everybody sees it. Just because you're doing it right now don't mean you always have. Back the fuck off.
Wondering what is going on, and everything that's in the media is incorrect, for a lack of a better word, or just speculation, because everyone that worked this case, all the family members that were involved, none of us could speak to the media.
Yeah.
You know that more than anyone.
Right.
And so everyone's speaking, everyone out there giving interviews is speculating with no knowledge, with very little information what was going on, and they painted the wrong picture.
But did they? Did they paint? Was the wrong picture painted? I gotta ask that.
And pertaining to the psycho, okay, that I let you listen to the clip from. Let me make this very clear, and this isn't because you guys asked me. It's because I think it's important that I make it clear. That's not Bullhorn Betty. That's not Andra. She and I don't have any issue. I've never spoken to her. I doubt she even knows who I am. It's not her. This person is a creator who claims not to be a creator, all the while posting videos to YouTube, TikTok, X, Facebook. She interconnected herself with the families, she says. I know of at least one, but she says the families, through the Facebook group. I do believe it would be the one that the Gonsalves family must have had or has or whatever. I don't have Facebook, so I don't know. But that one, okay. I was there once upon a time. I deleted my Facebook since. That one is the one I think that she was talking about. They confirmed that. They told me she was a sweetheart. I reached out to more or less ask for sure, because she used them and her connection to them through Facebook as a way to get her foot in the door with me. Okay. So since she claimed that she was talking to and knew them or whatever, I reached out and was like, hey, this person made this claim. Is that at least true? Because she already seems a little off. And they were like, no, that person, no, she's a sweetheart. We do know her. It's through the Facebook group. And that's exactly what they told me. She's a sweetheart. Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pause this so that I can actually find my printed PDF, because I don't feel like digging through my phone. But I'll read to you what was said to me. Okay. December 28th, 2024 at 5:06 p.m. I say, okay, real quick, before you guys catch too much. Screenshot of her Twitter, okay? Screenshot of her ex. Was just wondering about this person. Sometimes I think she sends me on wild goose chases. And I never know what to make of the info she passes along. She is the person who told Plunder to do the FOIA for the home invasion in Washington.
Unfortunately, we know so much about. It's a 3:28 a.m. visit by some unknown stranger to an apartment, to a house rather, that was only a 6-minute drive away from where Brian Koberger once lived at Washington State University on their campus in apartment G201. I've been doing my research today. First of all, I've got to give a big shout out to the daggum truth. I'm going to link to her below. She's so sweet. She's the one who encouraged me to get all these videos to FOIA this incident. This incident took place on 10/10/21.
And I never know what to make of the info she passes along. She is the person who told Plunder to do the FOIA for the home invasion in Washington. Now you guys know. She has told me before that she is very close to the families. I put that in quotes. Are you familiar with her? I just want to know if I should ignore or look into the things she sends me. Over. Okay. Right? This is the answer. She's a sweetheart and incredibly creative. She caught our attention after sharing details about the WSU case. The home invasion. That even Plunder said Brian didn't.
And finally, we have our voices back.
Yeah, right.
Excited to tell the story.
Was it? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Stacey.
No, I just was going to say you have to understand it's the most advanced technology, forensic DNA technology in the world. I'm not the scientist, but I've been on the receiving end of having them not only, work on our case, but there was a comfort there. I mean, and that's part of the story we'll tell tomorrow, is that, we met by chance, and I had some knowledge throughout our case of what the Middlemans were doing, and I relied on that. Jim and I relied on that in our darkest moments. I didn't know anything, that I wasn't supposed to know, but it was a blessing, and victims' families should have the right to that information if they're going through the same thing we are.
As you're moving through an investigation, you really have to follow every lead, even if it's based on town gossip.
So what of this People magazine report? What did we learn?
Yeah, it's really interesting. They had two scoops this week. The first was that Brian Koberger had actually been to the restaurant where two of the victims work. Xana and Maddie both worked at Mad Greek Restaurant, which is in downtown Moscow, Idaho. And they reported that according to a former employee, Koberger had been there a couple of times. They were known to have a vegan entree on the menu, which is apparently the reason that he went there. And the other thing that they reported this week was that Koberger had messaged at least one of the victims on Instagram at one point, and that it went into an unread folder, but that is now part of the investigation.
So what was what do we know about how aggressively he may have attempted to contact any of these victims or be in touch with them?
Listen, I'm kind of weary when it comes to the Instagram accounts. Because right when I first got the name before it came out from police, Brian Koberger, we had a source in Pennsylvania, I immediately couldn't find any social media for him. And then when the name came out officially from the police, suddenly there were all of these social media accounts. Some of them were following the victims. So again, like I'm kind of careful in that department because I know that people made up fake accounts. Yeah. But this People Magazine report is interesting if he did indeed actually contact one of the victims. And, you know, there's that unread folder, like if it's someone who contacts you that you're not friends with. And according to People, it was in that folder. And it seems that the person that he contacted, one of the victims, may not have even known that he had tried to contact them.
So are we skeptical about all of this? We don't put much stock in the People Magazine reporting about, forget the restaurant visit, but the social media attempts to somehow know them or be in their lives. Because with respect to People, I think it's one source that they're citing, one unnamed source. We don't know who, we don't know how reliable. And as you point out, we don't know whether they've done the investigation necessary to determine if these accounts were even real.
Yeah, you know, truthfully, I'm a little skeptical, nothing against People, and I just don't know who their source is. And again, when it comes to the Instagram accounts, there were all sorts of Instagram accounts floating around. And then also, I'm a little less skeptical of the report about the Mad Greek restaurant because, you know, I was in Moscow for so long. That is one of the only places that has like a legit vegan part of the menu. So it would make sense, you know, he was a strict vegan, Brian Koberger. It would make sense that he probably would have gone there, whether that has to do with two of the victims having worked there. I mean, it's a small town, you know, these victims were connected in all sorts of different ways. So I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. According to People, you know, the investigators are aware of this, and this is part of the investigation behind the scenes.
Well, and again, this is the reporting on the Instagram account is per an investigator familiar with the case to People Magazine. We don't know who. It's a single source. Investigator familiar with the case is very ambiguous. The sourcing on the suspect visited the restaurant where two of the victims worked is pretty clear. Former employee at the restaurant. So that's, you know, that I can understand a little bit better. Former employee at the Mad Greek restaurant in Moscow, Idaho, said the suspect came in at least twice to grab vegan pizza. Two of the victims, Maddie and Xana, were servers at the restaurant. Unclear if either woman ever waited on him or if they even interacted. But People says it has confirmed that authorities have collected surveillance video from the restaurant surrounding businesses. That's all confirmable by going to the restaurants and asking them. And this former employee telling People that there was nothing suspicious about him per se, but he stood out because he had a particular order, a strict vegan. He would check to make sure that his food had not come into any contact with animal products. So that's why they remembered him. We're all just trying to read the tea leaves to see why these victims, why them.
Yeah, and that makes sense because that goes back to what one of Koberger's aunts said.
And you know, it's funny, Kathy, welcome, by the way. It's great to see you again today. And thank you for dropping Kathy's link in here, guys. Please make sure that you hop on over to Kathy's Indie Zone and subscribe, hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss anything Miss Kathy puts out. She does amazing stuff over there, guys. But yeah, MSM never goes back to correct the false statements. Lots of them do. There's things that are put out that have been put out by the lead investigators, the prosecution, so on and so forth. And they'll make these MSM, some of them, not all of them, channels will put these statements out. They don't ever correct it or retract it when it's been proven to be wrong by people involved inside the case. They just want to keep running this narrative because that's what they want to do. And it's ridiculous. And I appreciate that statement, Kathy. It's a true statement all the way around.
That when Koberger went to visit her with his dad, that he was very particular about the pots and pans that she used when she was cooking for him, his vegan meals, even wanting her to buy new pots and pans because her pots and pans had touched meat before. So that lines up. I can see why he would be memorable going into a restaurant, sort of asking those sort of things.
Yes, that plus, you know, what may have been sort of an odd affect in general. That's the kind of stuff that makes you stand out as opposed to these beautiful college girls who are friendly and, you know, what you might expect coming in. Let's talk about the search warrant. There's a lot in there. First, explain to the audience what we're talking about. Something was unveiled, and what was it, and why do we care?
Yeah, so we were out there. This was in Pullman, Washington, where Koberger lived. His apartment was in Pullman, which is like 10 minutes from Moscow. We were there when they initially went there right after the arrest and started pulling stuff out of the house. And that's when the search was happening. But all of that was sealed by the court. So we didn't.
And interestingly enough, the people that owned the place stated that he was never there, whether it's because they didn't want him to be up in their business, whatever it is, but they did make that statement. Remember that. I am me. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
Know exactly what was being taken out. I mean, we saw the bags and the boxes, but we didn't see what was inside. We saw a computer tower. And I assumed that they were going to keep it sealed for a while. It was a surprise to me when earlier this week, suddenly they unsealed the search warrant. I enlisted the items. I'm just looking at it now. Is interesting. Several possible hairs that they were obviously testing for DNA and that kind of thing. A fire stick with a cord and plug, which is one of those things that you plug into your TV to like watch Netflix and search the internet. Several receipts, Walmart, Marshall's receipt, a black glove, a dust container from a vacuum, a computer tower, and then also a dark red.
I did not know that, Miss Kathy. That's wonderful. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that support so very much. I followed Kathy quietly for a long time, actually, because I didn't think she would be interested in my take on things. But that's great to hear. Very good to hear. I probably followed for about the same amount of time too. Thank you again, Kathy. I appreciate your support. Truly do.
Spot. They don't use the term blood, but obviously we can, put the pieces together there. And then cuttings from an unused pillow, again, reddish brown stains. And then they also took some mattress covers that apparently had stains on them. Obviously, all of that got tested. It even says in the search warrant that they tested some of the items on site. But what those tests reveal,
I agree.
That's not included.
The black glove is interesting. It's not a rubber glove. It's not a kind of glove that they use during COVID. It's a nitrate black glove, that's the kind that like nothing gets through. You can't you could stick your hand into something really sketchy like acid with one of those on.
Yeah, exactly. I interviewed a former FBI agent the other day who was, you've got a picture, that's great, who really zeroed in on that. Like she found that to be very interesting that kind of glove was found there, kind of a specialized glove. So yeah, certainly kind of raises some red flags.
Well, it's not specialized. That's what we wore on the squad all the time. The black nitrile gloves is exactly what we wore because they were thicker. And a lot of law enforcement wears those. I've seen that too. A lot of first responders wear those. My wife has a tendency. She wears those and the blue ones where she does with what she does as a phlebotomist and a dialysis technician where she works. So they're not like really special. They're pretty standard depending on who wears what. So.
And 2 different places in town, there was a dog that was like almost dead. And so it's just weird. And you'll.
Exactly. I am me. Just like we heard that he went shopping that morning and was wearing gloves while doing so, but he never did. Okay. Once again, the man did not have any gloves on when he went into Costco or when he was at the other store. He was barehanded, just like I am right now. So one more bit of what they've done, a propaganda to try to make this man look guilty in any way they possibly can to the world. And it's not true. It's not true. It's all, and they've never corrected any of this. Like Kathy was saying, it's ridiculous because they can't. If they were to correct it, it's going to take people's eyes away from the narrative they're trying to run, in my opinion, period. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. The glove that was found in the driveway was not a nitrile glove. It was a, I can't remember the name of it exactly, but it was more of like a construction type glove, like, bingo. Thank you, Senor Wazowski's right there. It was some form of like a construction style glove. It was not a rubber glove, folks, at all. Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. You are right, Miss Rach. So it's not a specialized specific glove. They made it out to be, it's ridiculous. Have you been at James J. Stoney's? Yes, ma'am. I've been trying to. I have been trying to. And it's just one after another. You are absolutely right, Kathy. I appreciate that too. It's just one after another. The more you put a different name on, or you grab it by the tail, there's more that come out. 100%. Yeah, I got you, Meg. I got you. Anna D's in the house. Good to see you today. They just want that narrative to follow the case because they do not want the case to be reopened. Well, and that's a good point, Anna, because hey, Miss Jen Seven's in the house today. Good to see you, Jen. Because if the narrative changes, then it might allow some truth to come through. And they can't have that to happen. They can't, because it'll change everything up. And we know that. Hence the reason why I'm like Kathy said, I'm always trying to chase down these stupid rumors that go in one direction that they shouldn't, that try to prove Brian's guilt when it's not there. It's not at all. They're still talking about many creators I've seen, and not Megan. Megan pretty much follows the facts on it by any means. Okay. And yeah, exactly, senor. It's like a cloth glove. That's the palms are like triple dipped in rubber to keep from tearing and stuff when you work certain construction. 100%. That's what it is. But anyway, they have put out rumor after rumor after rumor trying to point towards Brian's guilt, and it's all been corrected. The whole thing, the whole thumbs up picture thing. Gilbertson himself said Brian has hundreds of pictures like that, so no, it doesn't prove guilt. When they tried to say that there was a stalker, they proved that that's not true, and they're still trying to run with that theory, folks, that there was a stalker. Congratulations, Fox. Thanks for joining us in the sauce. We appreciate that so very much. More than you know. It's great to have you on board, Fox. What do you think is the key most suspicious aspect to this case that might get it reopened? That's a great question, Kathy. Well, the fact that there is absolutely, and I mean none, zero, folks, we've proved that time and time again, no connection between Brian Koberger and the victims or the house, and that there's no, well, that and the DNA chain of custody and things like that bugged me really bad. Okay. That the tiny little minuscule bit of DNA that they have on this guy is another thing. And the fact that they never ran the other DNA that they had on the sheath, the handrail, and any of that, those things right there, the extra DNA, that is what I think should get the case reopened, is that DNA alone, because it was never tested. That's the biggest one right there. The untested DNA should be what should reopen this completely and have it redone from beginning to end. You know what I mean? Sorry that I'm all over there with my answer, Kathy, but that's the main one. But those other things too, okay? But that is the main thing, is the untested DNA, in my opinion. Kelly Land, welcome. Sarah Irish in the house. Good to see you. Marty Fodrell, hello. And the sheath, yes. Good point. Good point. Very good point. Yes, you're always welcome, by the way, Kathy. You can always join me on the panel if you would like to. We would love to have you at any time. Please know. And congrats. Typically, welcome to the sauce. We appreciate you very much. I pinned the link at the top of the chat. Actually, I think we should. I'd love to get together and do one with you, Kathy. I would. Whether you're comfortable at your place or mine, I would absolutely love to do that, truly. If you want to get a hold of me through my email or vice versa, we could definitely have I think it would be a great show, Kathy. I would absolutely love to do that. They ran with touch DNA rather than going with the actual blood DNA. And that's a big issue for me as well. That's a huge issue for me. Untested DNA is considered new evidence once it's tested. See, that's my point. And that's why I don't think they tested it. Senior, does anyone know of anybody change their mind with all the evidence that they don't have? I've seen a lot of people that have gone from the guilter side to this side because of that, because the state has nothing. They've proven that they've had nothing, and that's a big issue for me too. So I'll shut up real quick here and keep this running for you guys.
See more about animals in a little bit, even if I'm wrong.
you just tell me, like, we can just debunk it and move on. If we did this from the beginning, there wouldn't be any fighting or name calling or cussing each other out, because we would all just stand against lies. And there wouldn't be WSU Mom Kim
Exactly, Kath.
1.5 years of YouTube live tours. Okay. From the beginning, I just want to throw this in there.
Is there a little kid coughing in the background?
There he is. My grandbabies are
I
sleeping.
was gonna say, where's the little kid? Anyway,
Yeah.
go on.
Oh, so that.
To be honest with you. So don't expect it. Don't look for it. I don't feel bad about it. Okay. And at this point, I need someone to tell me. Separate the two things if you need to. Okay. Ignore third-hand share. Okay. Ignore her. She is a mess. Separate the two things. And please tell me how this woman on the body cam footage, being the DoorDash driver, sways this needle at all toward guilt, toward innocence, toward anything. What the hell is that? And then I also want you to help me understand why the defense would file a motion in limine, as well as having attempted to suppress Dylan Mortensen with the bushy eyebrows on the man she does not know, but filed zero motion to suppress this and zero motion in limine regarding this DoorDasher. If this DoorDasher knows Brian and can identify Brian, because Dylan couldn't do none of that. So why even bother with the motion for suppression and the motion in limine of what she's got to say, but not argue the fact that, hold up, wait a minute, this person was friends with my client, so this person can very much identify my client if that is true. Where's the motion in limine or the motion to have tried to suppress that? Why did she not just try to destroy the credibility of this DoorDasher if this DoorDasher knows Brian? I'm sick to shit with this case. I pray to God there is not a continuance, because this right here needs to wrap it up. This doesn't deserve. It's not that Brian, in the wrongfulness of that, doesn't deserve a continuance. It's that for everyone to be out here misconstruing bullshit, ooh, this doesn't deserve a continuance.
On 9/23, school had only been going on for 1 month and 1 day, and Brian had his first altercation with Professor Snyder. The very next day, he paid his ticket from 8/21 that he got pulled over when he was over 1 hour and 1 minute by 1122 King. He paid that late on 9/24. On 10/3, the faculty brought him in. Do you know what I would do if I had been following this case the whole time and I didn't know this stuff and I thought he was innocent? I would be so mad at those creators. I would never shut up about it. I would make sure every one of their subscribers knew that they kept me from the truth on purpose. Okay?
That's what I'm trying to do in the Karen Reed case, actually.
Darkness since the murder to celebrate the lives of Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan on Friday. Our Vanessa Perez is here in studio with the family's reaction.
Kirsten, Kohberger's arrest provided some light from the darkness since the murders took place mid-November. Stephen Gonzalez says he doesn't know if there is a direct connection between Kohberger and the victims, but believes more information will soon start coming out.
Felt like a cloud was lifted off of us. I mean, it's like seeing sunlight after you've been stuck in a house for a month.
It's just the beginning of the judicial process, but the Gonzalez family feels relief and comfort knowing a suspect is caught.
As American citizens, to make sure that we follow this case all the way through and we see some justice and we identify these people and we put checks and balances in there so we can get these people off the street.
Gonzalez says they'll be at each hearing as Kohberger faces murder charges. The family's attorney says he'll continue his support.
Blake got into the judicial process, helping them out, asking any questions, figuring out how the prosecution is and the defense and answering and addressing all of those issues. So it's a long road ahead for the family. And me guiding them through this process. So
they're hopeful Moscow police have the right suspect. They're hopeful Moscow police have the right suspect.
The theme has always been that, they've kept a lot of information close to their vest, that they not only want arrest, but they want a conviction. So we're hopeful.
Yeah, that's a big deal to me. Notice how Pennsylvania refuses to release the December 30th Detective Payne interrogation video, December 30th at the PA State Police Barracks. That's interesting to me. I would really like to know why. Good call and good pointing that out too, Kathy. I appreciate that because that's an issue, folks. Huge issue.
That they've dotted all their I's and crossed all their T's, and I think everyone will be interested in seeing what the probable cause affidavit says.
The affidavit will reveal key details in the case. It won't be unsealed until Koberger is back in Idaho.
It definitely provided relief and comfort to know that things were progressing and all this torture of waiting had a purpose and a meaning, and it was very, and it was right before her celebration of life. So that also added to, knowing that millions of people have had prayers for us, and in a bad case, a bad situation.
By the way, yes, this is Lucy's video, folks. Please make sure you're subscribing over there. She always puts out great stuff.
And this is one of the best ways that we could have learned in the moments of learning it.
Have you learned anything about how the police linked this suspect to the crime?
I think they've given our lawyer a little bit of background on how they put things together. I don't know about all the details, but we're still waiting and learning, and there is those lines of communications ongoing.
Is there any indication at all that your daughter may have known this suspect?
I think those things will come out. I don't know if there's a direct connection, but we're waiting to see, and we're learning every day we're learning something new.
Which is very interesting because she absolutely did not know Brian. And Christy said the same thing in the very beginning, that they believe that the person that did this knew Kaylee. Okay. Welcome, Ro. Good to see you, Leah. Teresa's in the house. Marty Fodrell, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you all so very much. Dory, good to see you. I am me. Welcome back, Kat K. Great to see you all today, guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you all so very much. Gen 7, great to see you as well. And that's a problem, guys. It truly is. He has spread most of the mis and disinformation we've seen. So it's a huge problem to me. Just saying.
Let me bring in your lawyer, Mr. Gray. We are going to see this probable cause affidavit after he's sent back to Idaho. Koberger sent back. What are you hoping to learn from it?
Well, I hope we get some good evidence and some good information from the probable cause affidavit. It's the arrest. You have to have probable cause for the arrest, and having that information in that affidavit, it won't give us a full view of the case, but it'll give us some really good information about what hard evidence they have against the defendant in this case.
What can you tell us about what the police have learned so far? Have they given you any more information as an attorney?
Well, really right now what we're looking at is, now that we have a name and a face to this horrible crime, I think all of the families, including the Gonzalez family and all the other families, are looking for any connections there might be with any of the victims in the case. The Gonzalez family is looking hard at that, and we're going to be providing any information we have to the Moscow Police Department. Then they'll obviously make a decision on whether or not they want to release any of that information to the public based on the investigation.
And Mr. Gonzalez, you'll be in court when the suspect arrives in Idaho?
Yeah, we expect to be in court, and we'll probably take different schedules depending on who's available. But yes, there will be a Gonzalez representation in that courtroom almost every single day.
What do you want everybody watching now to know about Kaylee?
Kaylee was a hard-driven worker. She was the one who started your day off if you were getting coffee. She would, get to that coffee for you, smile, and hopefully send you on a great day. She did everything right. She followed the rules. She went out with her friends. She didn't do it alone. She had a professional driver take her back. She did everything right. She didn't deserve this. And it's up to us as American citizens to make sure that we follow this case all the way through and we see some justice, and we identify these people, and we put checks and balances in there so we can get these people off the streets and just live great lives and not have these small few people, taking advantage of all of our trust.
We are all sorry for your loss. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Justice process hasn't happened, so innocent until proven guilty. But what are you feeling now that we know who the suspect is?
I feel relief. It was nearly 7 weeks of absolutely no clear guidance that we were on the right track. We had evidence. We knew there was evidence, but all that can mean nothing until you have a face and a personality to put it towards. So when we found that out, luckily it was in the middle of the night, 10:30. We were able to run around the house, wake everyone up and say, hey, you know what, we got this guy, we got somebody. But you tell yourself to be careful because you never know for sure. It's a defendant, and it's not done. There's still a lot more work to do. So that's where we're at now. We're ready for the next chapter to be, okay, we're going to go in and, we got the affidavit and we've seen that it wasn't a page, it wasn't 2, it wasn't 3 or 4 or 5. It was long. I believe it's like 14 pages, maybe longer. And, you look at that and you're like, all right, it was worth the wait. And, they had a lot of evidence to show for that. So, we're on the right track, and there's still a long ways to go, but it feels good. It feels good to be where we are right now.
Is this the guy you imagined?
No, I thought he would be much more, bigger and more of a monster, obviously, and have those key looks of somebody who couldn't get along with girls, and this was like his only option or something. He just looked like a normal guy that when it stood up any room or any party, you wouldn't, just by the looks of him, you wouldn't realize that he had that going through his head.
Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Well, we've been telling you that the families of these victims have been looking for any possible connections between Kohberger and their loved ones who were murdered. And we can tell you that the attorney representing the family of Kaylee Gonsalves says they haven't found any connection. They don't believe that Kaylee knew Bryan Kohberger at all. And they say they've turned any information they have over to the Moscow Police Department. The question, of course, remains, did Bryan Kohberger know any of the other victims in this case, Kernodle, Chapin, or Maddie Mogan? We can't answer that question for you at this time, but we know that Moscow police continue to investigate whether or not Bryan Kohberger knew these people. We know that he moved to the area, to Pullman, Washington in August of 2022. And according to that affidavit for probable cause that was submitted to the court to charge him with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary, that they say cell phone data showed that he, or at least his phone, were in the area of the home where these students live at least 12 times between August and November 13th of last year.
Hello and welcome to Liar Liar, a special edition of Banfield from CrimeCon 2025 in Denver, Colorado. Tonight we are all about one thing, maybe I hope the only thing, that you and I have in common with killers and con artists and kidnappers and counterfeiters and crack dealers and, for that matter, Sunday school teachers and tree surgeons. We are all, every one of us, liars.
I think every family, when you lose your child, you have to expect the most. When you're talking about life and death, you have to take charge of the situation. There's going to be a time for you to struggle and be a victim, but if you can, rally up and then go into that system and say, and demand justice, and demand that your child is treated as fair as possible. And you'll feel better when it's all said and done. It's never going to bring them back. And I literally had a judge scream at me, we're not going to bring her back. And I was like, that's not what this is about. This is about you guys doing everything by the book.
Wait, the judge told you you're not going to bring her back?
Yeah. Yelling at me, telling me he didn't want me to talk to the media anymore. And I said, well, that's not going to happen. I'm going to talk to media every single time I want. He basically said, well, then we'll never have a trial. We'll never have a trial. We'll never have a trial.
Yeah, he in a closed hearing.
I can't believe a judge told you how you're supposed to behave and you can't bring her back. That is not appropriate for a judge to tell a grieving parent, you can't bring her back. Let's just let it go. It's not going to bring her back. It's not about bringing her back. It is about justice.
Yeah, he actually said, he was talking, we all were in the courtroom or on Zoom, all the families. And he actually said, and the Gonzalez family, especially the dad, needs to shut his mouth.
And I said, that ain't gonna happen.
And he said, I don't agree with that. And he said, I don't care if you don't agree with that. And Steve said, well, I mean, you know, me, I'm fighting for justice for my daughter. And he says, do you think that that you're going to bring her back? Doing this all, talking to the media is going to bring her back? And Steve goes, no, I mean, I know that that's not going to bring her back, but, you know, I still have, that's
we got to hold people
we have
accountable.
a voice, you know?
We have to hold people accountable.
How in the hell does he get off saying it's not going to bring her back to you, who have lost your precious pearl, and he is telling you to speak or not speak? I mean,
in the closed session this morning, I indicated to you I am going to be entering an order requiring the retention of records by the state, and I'm going to write another one extending that to the defense.
They were referring to Judge Hippler, Kathy, 100%.
As it relates to violations of the non-dissemination order, I'm going to give you a copy of what that order is going to look like that I will execute likely over the lunch hour. It does require some action on your part, counsel. And as I indicated, I would be open to a request for a appointment of a special prosecutor, and that special prosecutor to ask for a magistrate inquiry so they have the power of subpoena and the power to question witnesses under oath, as well as the power to grant immunity. So I will be looking for that from you. And that one just deals with the state. I will get you one that deals with your side to preserve records, all right? All right, anything else? All right, thank you. Why don't we come back in about an hour, all right?
We are all, every one of us, liars.
But because Steve was very vocal, I was getting information from Gigi, which is it's a well-known name amongst people who cover this case on YouTube. She had reached out to me to let me know that Steve was very dangerous, he cannot be trusted, and gave me some crazy rumor that was going around of what happened that night, which I did not use on my channel because I need to see some proof. Is this on other social medias like Reddit, which you have to take that with a grain of salt. You know, I like to use interviews, news sources, research papers, books. That's where I get my information from. And yes, apparently after this had happened, an estranged daughter had come to light and started talking on social media. And a lot of people were upset about that, rightfully so. But let's be honest, we are all very well aware of baby mama drama. We don't know the situation. We don't know the dynamics. And to be fair, back in the 80s, they had the abandoned father syndrome, because a lot of fathers would have babies with their partner and then just bounce, just dip, and didn't care. As time went, the status quo changed, and now have fathers be held accountable. And now it's getting a little zealous at times, and some fathers are taking that as a power and control. We're not going to get into that. That's something totally different, but I just want to bring that in to bring some context. So, since then, the Goncalves have flipped. They are now pushing the narrative. They went to the first hearing wearing the death penalty shirts, how they are for that. And they have also helped spread disinformation about the case of Bryan Kohberger. One reason it could be is because the family could be threatened. Basically saying, you need to help us push this narrative of conviction in order to protect his family now. Not too crazy of a concept. I find it especially interesting how the coroner, Kathy, let us know about the wounds and how awful they were and how there was deep gouges and a lot of information about what she had saw. But we don't get very much details about everything else, which is that a warning to let people know to keep quiet. I did a video, Surviving the Survivor, and in that video, a former FBI agent just happened to be on the show who was just dropping in with 2 other guests. And he hinted out there that Steve sounds like he could be the actual killer. Was this a way for them to tell him to keep quiet, shut up, spreading a rumor about him? People having YouTube channels to spread rumors about him. Is that done because they actually believe it, or are they doing that because they want him to stop talking and stop doing his own investigation, because he does have his own lawyer and he did hire his own private investigator? And I will admit, he was doing things he probably shouldn't have by talking to witnesses. I'm sure he's not himself due to grief, due to this tragedy. So I will give him some of that leeway. But at the same time, you have to do things with some decorum, even though I would have a hard time myself, I would believe. I don't know what I would do if that happened with a family member. So why this channel being targeted as well? Well, as I said earlier, I had some misinformation, and Viv had also let me know about sorority balls are not rotated. We're not there yet. I haven't done a full investigation, so to speak, looking into it, because we're just focusing on this. But I have all the information already. So thanks for the tips. And speaking about tips, later, as I mentioned about my channel not following the status quo about J. Edgar Hoover, which I got that information from a textbook in my criminal justice class, which was Sexual Offenses and Offenders, Theory, Practice, and Policy. If you try to Google search or any search engine, even Quaint or DuckDuckGo, you cannot find anything in regards to J. Edgar Hoover saying that stranger danger. So basically it's censorship with that. And he is a political figure.
That I call you out for your bullshit, then get offended. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, but you know who is? These families. And you should take this more seriously.
How about
on the 16th, he wrote the stuff about the nuances. On the 19th, he was fired. Nothing else happened after that.
Okay, let me stop you there. As far as these families go and these kids, I'm losing my fucking hair. The one thing I do care about, and the one thing that anybody that knows and listens to me, because I don't give a shit whether it shuts down the whole town. All I want is the truth.
That I call you out for your bullshit, then get offended.
These kids' pictures hang up with my kids' pictures. So I do get offended when you're sitting up here talking about if you cared about these kids. Let me tell you how much time I put in about these kids.
This ain't about you. This ain't about you. This ain't about you. This ain't about you.
Twiz?
Wait, but how do we know he was fired on the 19th?
It ain't about you. It ain't about me.
Wait, but how do we know he was fired on the 19th? Wait, but how do we know he was fired on the 19th?
It ain't about Twiz.
You're right.
It's all about Twiz.
So then who gives a shit how much time you put in? You can be out here and build the whole motherfucking ark, and if it never stops raining, then you don't need it.
You just said that if you cared about these kids and
what I'm saying to you is if you ain't got more respect, wait until I'm done talking. Then don't speak.
Then how about
It does not help anyone.
Jen, how about you leave the panel because all you're doing is you're disrespecting us. Jen, how about you leave the panel because all you're doing is you're disrespecting us. Jen, how about you leave the panel because all you're doing is you're disrespecting us.
Hey,
Are you twins?
let's all just.
If twins,
Whoa,
hey, I tell you what, if twins ask me to leave,
Jen,
I'm
shh,
out.
shh, shh, shh. Everyone, shut the fuck up. We're here to have fun. Just chill the fuck out.
Poor Twiz.
How do we know he was fired on the 19th?
Because it's in a termination letter. Because it's in a termination letter.
Is it real though? Is it real though? Is it real though?
It is absolutely real. Now, I am telling every single one of you that I'm gonna breathe, and all y'all motherfuckers are sitting around drinking, and my ass is motherfucking sober. And just like the chick whining about how much time she's put in, I'm tired too. Shit. Okay? Now, damn.
I don't drink and I'm not whining.
Jen, this is Sunny Spirit. I have been away from the case for a little while, and I'm just coming in trying to figure out what the heck's going on right now. Are you trying to say that I'm just confused?
We still have a lot of questions about what happened. Also looking for answers is Kaylee.
Right, Kathy. I think at that point he was absolutely beyond fed up at that point, and it takes a lot to get that to happen. It's kind of this is such a mess. All of this was. I'm glad to see that Lucy put this together to show what the ridiculousness of it was.
Kaylee's family. Kaylee's sister Olivia asked the public to stop spreading rumors about what happened and wait for the facts from police.
And so it's just weird, and you'll see more about animals in a little bit, even if I'm wrong. You just tell me, like, we can just debunk it and move on. If we did this from the beginning, there wouldn't be any fighting or name calling or cussing each other out because we would all just stand against lies.
And I literally had a judge scream at me, we're not going to bring her back. And I was like, that's not what this is about. This is about you guys doing everything by the book.
Wait, the judge told you you're not going to bring her back?
Yeah, yelling at me, telling me he didn't want me to talk to the media anymore. And I said, well, that's not going to happen. I'm going to talk to the media every single time I want. He basically said, well, then we'll never have a trial.
Because they can tell you what to say. They're telling you what to think. There is nothing they can't do to you because they don't consider you human. They don't believe you have a soul.
Do you know what I would do if I had been following this case the whole time and I didn't know this stuff and I thought he was innocent? I would be so mad at those creators. I would never shut up about it. I would make sure every one of their subscribers knew that they kept me from the truth.
Great job, Lucy. As always, thank you so much for that. And there it is, guys. It shows you the nonsense, the ridiculousness. And again, you guys, please go subscribe to Lucy Morningstar and check out the stuff she puts out, guys. She does amazing things. As she did with that. Now, the next video we're going to review, I wanted to put that out because I support Lucy and she supports me, is the 1 minute. And I will show you. This is interesting, folks. This came out last night. 1 second here. Where is it? Where is it? Right here. Here we go. All right, Mr. Brian Etten put this out. Actually came out today. I'm sorry, not last night. 1 minute here. Welcome, Hemisphere. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, there you go.
All right, you guys, this is quite interesting here. 1 second. I know it's Frodo again. Kaylee Gonzalez's sister, Olivia, sits down with Coburger prosecutor looking for answers and motive. Interesting. Check it out, you guys. Check it out.
Oh, I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I just finished a long conversation with Olivia Gonzalez. She, of course, is Kaylee Gonzalez's sister. Kaylee Gonzalez is one of the victims from the Idaho murders. And I wanted to talk to Olivia because I knew that
I agree,
she
Kath.
just recently had a meeting with prosecutors from her sister's case and also police, trying to find out information about exactly what happened. She wanted to know pretty much everything. And so in this conversation, I talked to Olivia about that meeting, what that was like for her. You can imagine how emotional it was, and also just how she's doing right now. I mean, I've always had such respect for her and for her parents. I've known them since the beginning of this whole nightmare for them. So I want to share this conversation with you, and I want you guys to hear what Olivia had to say. Olivia, it's good to see you as always. Thank you for talking with me. I really appreciate it. I think a lot of people want to know how you're doing. A lot of people haven't really heard from you since right after the sentencing and your just really impactful victim impact statement, which it's almost been 3 months now. So I just wanted to start off asking sort of like how you're doing.
Yeah, it's always good to see you too. I think it's hard every single year when the seasons start changing and it starts getting colder. It's like your body remembers. So the seasons changing is hard. Then the daylight savings is really, really hard. And then kind of inching up to that date. And it was just a really, really heavy year and kind of took a lot emotionally from us because it was a lot of preparatory work to get to trial. Just for it to go to plea deal so quickly. And then everything after that just happened, so fast. So there's a little bit of a whiplash aspect. And then just a lot of, almost the come down from this, emotional hardening I almost had to do to kind of prepare myself for trial. But overall, we're doing okay. We've taken some next steps. Kaylee and Maddie are in their forever earns now, which was a huge step that we hadn't been able to do before. And we're finally able to kind of try to get some of those answers that we've been craving and put together, this picture, this story in our minds, and hopefully, be able to make some sense of what happened because we were locked out of that information for so long.
Yeah, and I had dinner with your parents the other night when I was in Idaho, and they mentioned to me, "Oh, Olivia is going to meet with the prosecutor." And I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And they were like, "Yeah, she's going by herself." I'm like, "She's going by herself? Like that's so intense." So I know you flew to Idaho. I mean, what was that like?
Yeah, so that was October 6th, and I love my parents, but I am an adult too. And it's difficult for me to kind of be a grieving sister in the room with them because I let their grief overshadow mine, right? They're grieving parents. They lost a daughter. I hope to God I never know what that feels like. But sometimes it makes it difficult for me to find a place in the room. So it was important for me to be able to, kind of be able to dictate and to get answers that, I'm really looking for, not help my dad or help my mom or play this like weird median that I would often play in these prosecutor meetings. So yeah, I met with members of the prosecution team and a member of the Moscow Police Department who was an investigator, as well as the Idaho State Police, an investigator from the Idaho State Police.
And so you just went by yourself?
Yeah, sorry, I'm shaking. Yeah, I went by myself. I had my attorney there. She's a local Latah attorney and who was just kind of helping me with the documents as they're coming out to be able to make sure that we all get those. But yeah, it was a really traumatizing meeting. But it was a necessary step for me to be able to basically be hurt behind closed doors so that I could manage my expectations going forward. Yeah, I'm not sure if I totally answered you there. I'm sorry.
No, you did. So is it just, I'm just trying to like, I guess, visualize it. Do you just go into like a conference room and it's you and then Bill Thompson and Idaho State Police just all sitting there basically?
Yeah. So it was a conference room at the Idaho State Police District 2 quarters in Lewiston, Idaho. I drove down early in the morning from my parents' house in Rathdrum, Idaho. And there's, me on one side of the table and them on the other. And I really wanted it to be an open-ended conversation where the investigators were kind of able to provide me how it kind of unfolded for them, because I've never really gotten their opinions. I've never really heard their thoughts on it. I've never, really humanized them in a way to understand what it looked like for them, because this was their life day in and day out for 7 weeks and then after. And yeah, it was nice to hear that real human aspect of them and kind of what it looked like from the inside out, because I had only had the perspective of being on the outside.
Were you able to get any of your questions answered?
Yeah. A lot of the questions that I had were answered. Doesn't mean that more won't come up as more comes out, but I was very satisfied at the end of the meeting with, I mean, as satisfied as you can be. We're not talking about, a recipe here at the end.
So once again, and I'm going to tell you how I took this, okay? What I took this as is that they went and sat down, and she was upset and unhappy about the way things went, and she wanted to know from them personally the truth. So they gave her their truths, their narrative, and they talked her into it, because that's what they do, is they manipulate people, folks, to the point where she's happy enough, like she said, as happy as she could be. And that's what I'm believing they did, was they manipulated her into understanding why things were done the way they were, and manipulated her into believing certain things, as they have done with others. And here we sit once again with more, and I'm sorry to say it this way, but they basically fed her the bullshit with a spoon and said, there it is, now take it for what it is, and on we go. So
the day, it's still murder, and it's still the death of my sister. So there's not really positivity there, and I don't even want to say that there's closure.
Are you serious, Carolyn? What? Oh my God, I'm not even going to make a statement on that. I'm moving on.
But I do think that it helped me immensely to be able to have these pieces put together for me to help me make sense and understand what happened in my head.
Were they able to tell you any more about, I guess like one of the questions I've always just still had and still think about is like motive, and why those kids, why that house? Like, were there any, I don't want to say theories, but did they have any more insight into that?
So not necessarily, and maybe it's because the why has never kept me up at night. I've never cared about the why. So that wasn't really something that I pushed them for. I will say when you look at the CAS data and the 23 different occasions that he was at the house, they don't all line up with just one person. So it's not like he was only ever there when, Kaylee was. They're very random and they're very sporadic, which to me made more sense because I was always confused when they said someone was targeted, then maybe the house was targeted, then no, someone was targeted. And it almost made more sense to me knowing this, thinking maybe it really was the location, right? Maybe it really was more of a non-specific that became a specific because we know that he went directly to the third floor. But maybe it was more so just, a vantage point looking.
It's interesting how she seems to have very conveniently changed her mind before she was dead set on the fact that somebody was targeted. She believed her sister was the target, if you remember. Now it's convenient, as you can see. It makes sense now. It could be. I understand now. I see now. You've got to be kidding me. Like I said, she has now been manipulated into believing these things, in my opinion. And it's kind of sickening to me. Hello, AR. How are you, my friend? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're having a good day so far, bro. Yeah, this is nuts, you guys, but okay.
Out, inside from the out that he found particularly interesting or something. But again, that why has never bothered me. For me, I've always known that the why would never make sense.
So what were you hoping to get out of the meeting, I guess? Like, was there something specific?
Yeah, so there was a couple things. I wanted to take a look at the complete surveillance footage that was put together that showed his movements from, a little after 3 a.m. to, 4:20, 4:30. And that's extremely comprehensive. When you see that as a full picture of the car being here, then here, then here, tracking those movements. I wanted to see the cast report and these 23 different occasions. When did they start? When did they stop? Are we talking about, he was outside for 4 minutes, or are we talking about he was outside for 4 hours? And then something that really was something that was difficult for me to process was the thought of the crime scene photos leaking. So we know that there is a leak somewhere. I think it's still currently being investigated. And I basically left it up to them. And I told them, if you're confident that these photos are safe, I don't need to see anything. But if you think that there's a chance that they will leak, let me hurt myself with them right here, right now, so that I can, continue to function. Because it's really, really difficult for me, particularly, to live and maneuver in a world when I know that there's information out there that could hurt me that I just don't have access to. So those were my 3 main pieces of information that I was wanting to look at.
So what did they say to you when you said, if you think there's a chance that these photos would leak, I want to see them? Like, what did they say?
I don't think that with certainty they could say that they wouldn't leak. So ultimately I did wind up viewing one photo of the scene of Maddie's bedroom. Maddie was completely redacted. They offered more, but I truly didn't need to see more than the one. And it was ultimately Bill Thompson who provided that piece of saying that he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't leak because he's not sure exactly who from the defense's side had access to them. So if he was the only one and his team.
In essence, what Thompson just did was blamed it on the defense for leaking this, when we all know that that's not what happened. Hitler looked at and pointed towards the state as the leak, folks, in the documents the affidavits that were given on that. We know that, okay? Here he is once again trying to flip this to the defense, saying that I don't know who on the defense side could have access to this, that, and everything else. So he's trying to, in essence, blame it on the defense as being the leak to this. She took that spoon-fed like nothing you believe. What a joke.
He would have been very, very confident that they'd never get out. But that unknown made him hesitant to, you know, have the confidence that they wouldn't, you know, leak eventually. Not that I think he's saying that they will leak. I think just in an overabundance of caution, especially considering I was there in that moment, ready, had prepared myself to see this. So yeah.
I guess I'm just keep thinking about you like alone there. You know, I'm so used to seeing you with your family. But I know there's certain things, I mean, I can't relate to this in any way. Like,
I full-heartedly agree with that, Cece. She'll never do that because they don't look at this case in the way that you should. Okay, they look at the defense is Bryan Kohberger, that Bryan Kohberger is the devil, and that's how they see it. Period. And who she's actually sitting down with are the perpetrators of propaganda, folks. The perpetrators of the lies. Okay, the people she sat down with have perpetrated every lie that's happened in this case. That's what she's not accepting nor seeing. And that's the sad part of this entire thing. Okay. Welcome, Michigan Girl. Good to see you. And Sky 1088, you as well. This is sad and just unbelievable. I mean, let me rephrase it. It's not unbelievable. I'm not shocked, but it's disgusting for the most part. It truly is.
I can't even imagine, but there are like certain things in life I feel like you just want to do alone. Like, that you need to process alone just as like a single human being. You know what I mean? Like, was it like that kind of a thing?
Yeah. And I mean, my mom and dad won't even look at the photos that the city of Moscow released, you know, months ago, you know, that batch of 182. So we are just very, very different in that aspect where I kind of play this role with my mom mainly, where I can take the information and I can process it, and then she gets to come to me and just kind of pick what she wants to hear about. And so in that capacity, I guess I kind of need to have that information to be able to help, you know, my mom or my sisters or my, you know, brother or anything if they ever need it. Like, my understanding of the full picture as completely as I could make it. And I guess that I'd rather be the one that is hurt by it so that I can, you know, spare them from that while still being like a source of truth about it. You know, I'm never going to lead them astray or, but just be able to give specific details that they want to hear about and nothing more, nothing less.
What was it like with Bill Thompson? Just because I know, you know, you've obviously been frustrated with the prosecution in the past and we're not pleased with the way things sort of ended with the, you know, with the plea deal. What was it like, you know, sitting at a table with him?
I have no bad blood with Bill Thompson. I do truly think that he did his best. And I think in his heart, he thought what he was doing was the most good for the most amount of people who were affected by this. I think he knew that it would hurt us to take a plea deal, but I think that he deemed that a necessary evil in order to provide good for, you know, a lot of people were affected by this. You know, we can't just think about the families of the four. We're also talking about, you know, witnesses. We're also talking about, you know, court staff, jurors. You know, we're changing jurors' lives by having to show them this information. So I truly think that he did what he thought was best. It wasn't good enough for us, but I'm not really sure that anything would have ever been good enough for us without getting him back.
And you listen how she's talking, but you guys remember how they tore apart Bill Thompson and the prosecution because, and they all did, because they didn't give the death penalty because they gave the plea deal, all that. But this sounds like that they're okay with this at this point. And this is kind of strange to me. I'll just be honest with you.
So he was fairly quiet, but it wasn't awkward or
Well,
anything.
sister.
I think that he has eventually come around to terms to kind of respect that, we might just kind of be abrasive, but we're not heartless, we're not mean. And, I wasn't there to pick a fight by any means.
So when you left, like, what did that feel like?
So initially it felt, I felt a little bit of relief, I think just because it was done and it had kind of been something that I had, once again, mentally prepared for, right? And then you get to the other side of it and now, it's done and it's over and you're excited to move on to, the next, okay? Forward movement, but fairly quickly, after this one in the next, day or two, you're really just hit with the weight and the gravity. And you're left with, me personally, I was left with more questions that I know don't have answers. Like, for example, why? And not why in the motive sense, but what? What were you even thinking? And I know that sounds so small, but there again, very specific questions that I know don't have answers. And, I'm kind of sitting here 10 days later, still greatly struggling with, the full weight of what Kaylee, just Kaylee, I didn't see anyone else, but just Kaylee had to go through.
Yeah, and I think just from what I know of you, you're just always searching for answers. You don't really give up. You're just you keep going. You know what I mean? Your dad is like that too. So maybe finding out that you're never going to get certain answers, I would imagine that must have been hard,
Yeah, it's definitely hard. Especially when I am a very answer-based person, right? I have this question, 99% of the time I can get the answer. It might take some work, but I can get there. It's difficult knowing that there's a lot of really painful unknowns, and you either have to let them go, which I'm never going to do, or you have to keep digging for more information until my brain can process, or create an inference to be able to answer those questions for me.
Yeah. Would you, I mean, a lot of the questions, I think, the killer is the only one who knows. Would you ever want information from him?
Not in the way of a book, or not in the way of him doing a news interview or anything like that. So I guess the answer then is no, because he doesn't really have many other options. I will continue to go back to, I think that a full confession should have been included as an agreement or a condition of the plea agreement. And that is something that in this case could have happened, and I believe should have happened, but it's just one of those that we have.
And it didn't happen because you can't confess to something that you don't know about, and you don't know about it because you're not involved in it. And that is what they're looking beyond. They refuse to look at the fact that is probably why there was no confession or any of that when he accepted these charges. Okay, that's exactly why there was no confession, because there was no attachment to that. They refuse to look at that, because if they have to look at that, and this is my thought, folks, if they were to look at that, they would have to accept that Brian didn't do this. And for them to accept that would be disastrous, in my opinion, at this point. Okay, they can't do that, because it would completely destroy everything that they have done thus far, in my opinion. see your last comment. I'm looking, Miss Rachel. I'm looking, Rach. Christina? I wonder, is there another one before that? Hold on. Oh, here we go. Best way to get people off Bill's case is to have a G family member give their approval. Then there's no reason for Gelters to complain about the case. Very good point, Miss Rach. As always, Miss Rach is on point. Good point. Very good point. I like that. I like that, Rach. I do like that. And that makes it make sense. Because if you have a family member coming out from the family that went at his throat saying, well, I kind of understand now. Of course, that's going to make him look good in the public eye then. That's exactly PR move, folks. Public relations move. Thank you. Good point, Rach.
To let go. We can't go back. So, yeah, I think a lot of those answers would have been great, but I don't think that the juice is worth the squeeze.
Yeah.
100%. It should have been thought. It should have been taken into consideration, Jen. Honest question. Brian is neurodivergent, which is factual. It's been diagnosed. So should not the judge have asked if being neurodivergent was affecting his play or understanding in entirety what it entails? He should have. They should have taken into account. They should have taken that into account first and foremost. And then they should have had it psychoanalyzed and spoke to a psychologist about the plea and its situation. And before it was accepted, it should have been looked into in that aspect. Very good point, Miss Jen. Very good point. Thank you for that. I appreciate that because that is very true. That is very true. So once again, Bill Thompson is relying on somebody else to do his job for him, relying on somebody else to make him okay in the world, okay? Because Bill Thompson is a spineless piece of shit. That's exactly what it is. Excuse my phrasing, folks, but I'm being real with you guys right now because it's what it's. We have to be real. He's a spineless joke, okay? In 30 years, he's only taken, 3 cases to trial because he can't do it. He's weak. He can't handle the work for it. He can't do his job. So let's go to the plea table and do that. That's what he's always done. Remember that, and that's facts. This man is a spineless jellyfish, okay? That's exactly how I look at him. I feel like Bill Thompson is part of the leak, Ryan. Truly. I truly do. And they know that. That's in turn why he's rolling it over and trying to put it on the defense. Think about it.
And I know there was a gag order and all sorts of rules, but it also makes me wonder, like, if you could have had this sort of relationship with the prosecutor and the police earlier on.
And you know what's funny, guys, is if you remember during the hearing when Hippler said, well, he's going to task Bill Thompson with bringing forth the special prosecutor to investigate the leak. Well, isn't that convenient? Isn't that just convenient that Bill Thompson's in charge of putting forth the special prosecutor in the case to find the leak? Give me a break with a capital F, okay? Give me a break. Jesus.
And these kinds of conversations, would you have understood each other better?
Yeah, jellyfish. That's exactly what he is. His new name can be, you guys can call him Squidward from now on.
You know, before all this came to an end, would it probably been nice to have that during?
Wait, Squidward wasn't a jellyfish. He was an octopus. Anyway, you know what a jellyfish is. You know what I meant, you guys. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that in, those last 8-9 months leading up to trial.
Exactly, Jen.
I think we were getting there finally. But yeah, it's difficult when the conversation's always the same and it's always us frustrated with the lack of information, us trying to make sense of it, them sticking to the gag order, getting frustrated that we're still pushing it, that, we're still asking these questions. And, the material is inherently frustrating, right? But so it takes a while to get to a point where, I understand Bill Thompson a little bit more, and maybe he understands me a little bit more. It would have been great if from the beginning there wasn't the gag order or there was some way that we could have had more information or candid conversation throughout with them, but you know, that's just not how this cookie crumbled for us, you know?
Yeah. Something else I was thinking about, because I don't think I've talked to you since this started.
That is absolutely amazing, Dory. I'm sorry I didn't see it before now. My brother-in-law was missing for 3 days. Praise God. I just got word he's been located. Amen to that one, Dory. God bless. That is amazing. And thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate that. That's amazing for what we do, you guys. It is good to hear good news from time to time. Truly, it really is. I just did, Rach. I just did. Thank you, hon. That's amazing, Dory. God bless.
Came out, you know, with Washington State University, like there were all these, you know, public reports that are out now of women who were afraid of Bryan Kohberger. You know, people who worked with him at the university, like other, you know, doctoral students, that kind of thing. And I talked to like a couple of people before, and I talked to some people in Pennsylvania, women who had stories about him, but I guess I didn't realize how widespread it was until all of those reports were released. Like I had no idea that it was so many women. Did that come as a surprise to you too?
Yeah. It didn't come as a surprise to me necessarily that he wasn't well liked or that he did not integrate well. But it came as a surprise to me to hear that there were so many formal complaints. Because for me, my next question when I see that is, damn, and how many informal complaints were there, right? You know, how many, you know, women or men, you know, it seems like specifically more.
I want to see written proof of when those quote unquote formal complaints or non-formal complaints, whatever you want to call it, formal, were posted. When were they recorded? When were they reported? I want to see the date on those. Okay? Because I'm going to argue this right here and now again, that none of those formal complaints were processed, put through until after Bryan was taken into custody. And prove me wrong. That's all I'm saying is prove me wrong, please. Please do. When you show me that they came out before Bryan was taken into custody, then we'll talk about this. Until you can show me that, I don't want to hear this bullshit anymore because I know exactly how this went down. These people didn't say a word until after this man was taken into custody. And then like everything else in the world happens, then all of a sudden everybody jumps on the bandwagon. Oh God, he was so weird to me. I remember this. I remember that. When these same people probably sat and had lunch with him on a daily basis and never said a damn word. Guys, we've seen this before. It's day after day. It's the same bullshit, okay? I want to see it. I want to see you show me any one of you people out here that are saying this, that he did this. I want to see these reports before the man was arrested. Until you can show me those, sit down and shut the fuck up. Excuse my language because I'm sick of seeing it. It's ridiculous.
Geared towards women just had a bad experience and just didn't report it, you know, because that happens way more often than an actual formal report. So it's actually insane that his behavior was so comically bad that he couldn't even get through a month of trying to pretend to be like a normal human being without being wildly inappropriate and offensive and literally just giving the vibe. Like, how many people in those documents said that he would spatially trap them? That's not a normal behavior. How many people, you know, what was the term that they used when they would say he would like basically held them hostage in a conversation? Mm-hmm. You know, like these aren't normal behaviors. And like he couldn't even fake it for a month. Like, what a joke, dude. Like,
now what the joke is, Skeletor, is that you're going to believe this because you were told this. That's the problem. You're believing this just because you were told this. Instead of looking at factual information, your adult brain, if you have one in there, should tell you to what I just said, to look at the dates on it, look at what has happened with it. But you refuse to do that because it does not play into the narrative that you have to run with. There's the problem. So I'm sorry. It's bullshit.
Yikes.
Well, I was just thinking about too, like the women who thought they saw him outside their like apartments and stuff, you know? I mean, like that's really scary.
Right. Where it's like, and it sucks because this is a little weird, but like the law is.
I'm sorry, guys, and I might seem a little off-putting at some aspects. These people irritate me, and when that happens, I can only take so much of it before I start to react. Okay, so my apologies up front. I have a tendency to become slightly unprofessional when I do get things going in my head that I've heard 1,000 times that have no common sense added to it whatsoever is all I'm saying. So my apologies. Good trouble. Good to see you.
So written that there's not much proactively that you can do. Everything is reactive, right? So those people could have gone to the police and said, I think that, defendant or, inmate 163214 was outside my apartment last night. And I guarantee you, nothing would have happened to him. Even if they had investigated him, even if they had questioned him, nothing would have happened to him.
So is this her making an excuse as to why nobody said anything before he was arrested? Is that what this is here? As a pathetic attempt at that? Because it's not working. Sorry, this is absolute bullshit. It is absolute bullshit.
It's not illegal to stand outside someone's house, right? Like, so just so awful that the laws are written, especially around stalking, and especially around, creepy behavior that.
So with creepy behavior, what this is in essence showing is that your adult brain that you don't seem to have is not allowing you to realize that what people are calling weird and strange behavior is because the man's autistic and they don't know they're not mature enough to see it for what it is and to understand it. So in turn, it became bullying, which you're playing part in now. And it's pathetic, as she's done the whole time, is all I'm saying. Instead of getting factual information, looking at the situation as an adult would in a clinical way, or looking into it in a clinical way. That's what she's doing. That's what she should be doing, but she's not doing. And it's sad that other people can do it, but you can't because you refuse to, because you're not allowed to. Clear your brain and look at it for real, Olivia. This is pathetic.
They're so reactive instead of being proactive. Yeah, just insane to me that it takes something physical happening before, honestly, even a formal police report can ever even be made.
Yeah, and all those reports that came out.
Or maybe think about this, Olivia. Maybe because it wasn't real. Maybe because it wasn't a thing until after he was arrested. Maybe that's why there was no reports made. How about thinking about it that way instead of denying the facts and the truth on it, okay? Because your little brain can't allow for that. God, I'm so irritated with her.
Did they give you, when you had your meeting, did they give you any indication, like, is there a lot more to come? Or is it sort of like, most of everything's been released at this point? Or do you sort of have to be on guard for more?
Yeah, I think that there's still quite a bit more. So I know from the city of Moscow that they said it's going to be months before everything comes out. I mean, at the pace that the courts are going, it's going to be years. I guess we're sitting 3 months out and we've gotten 17 documents. So that's a very, very slow snail pace there. We haven't really seen anything out of Pennsylvania. We haven't seen anything out of the FBI. So I know that there's still more. I don't know how substantial that more is going to be or not.
What did you think about, so, you mentioned like stuff slowly coming out and the judge is unsealing documents too. And some of the more recent ones were like the witness lists for the defense and the prosecution. And there's a bunch of headlines about this. People have written about it, but Brian Koberger's sister was on the prosecution list. I mean, did that surprise you? Do you know did they say anything about that? Like what she may have been, I don't know why that was.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Somewhere along the line, I asked about it and this was before the gag order was even lifted. And I didn't ask for specifics, but they didn't give me her name at the time. Just that it was in regards to one of the sisters having knowledge or having seen him with the weapon itself, because the knife that he bought on, you know, his parents' Amazon account. So that doesn't really surprise me, especially because I didn't really see anywhere that the defense.
I have to call bullshit on this. I'm sorry, but I have to call bullshit. This is hard to watch, you guys, but we need to be able to watch this so that we can call every bit of bullshit out on this and discuss it and point out how many lies that have been told. It has to be known. I don't want to watch it either, but I have to. Okay, because if I don't watch this, I'm not going to know that where all the bullshit lies, and to be able to call it lie for lie what it is. Welcome, Vivian. Good to see you. So that's why I'm kind of, you know, watching it. For those of you that can't handle it, I'm sorry. I understand. I do, but I have to watch it. I just do.
This was trying to argue that he didn't own the knife, that he didn't purchase it. They tried to say that his click history shouldn't be included because. Getting off track, I apologize.
No,
but it didn't really surprise me seeing her on that list.
yeah, I guess it didn't surprise me either. I wondered if they were going to use, you know, her to say like, oh, because I think they shared an Amazon account. So like maybe to narrow down, like, you're not the one who ordered these things, you know, to kind of like process of elimination kind of thing. But I'm not really sure.
And I mean, I'll also even say too, I'm not even sure that that was entirely needed, because when he purchased the knife, what he actually did is on his debit card, he purchased a gift card, I think for $120. He immediately turned around, added the gift card to his parents' Amazon account. He bought the K-bar knife with the sheath, the sharpener, and a bunch of vegan supplements. At the time that he was arrested, when they seized his car, the same exact vegan supplements that he purchased on Amazon with the gift card in the exact same order as a K-bar knife were in the trunk of his car. So, yes, well, it's stronger to have an eyewitness that says, I saw him physically hold it. And I'm not saying that's what she would have testified to, but.
Once again, and I said this many times before, I don't care. I don't care if he did buy it. I don't care. It means nothing to me. In my opinion, the man could have bought the whole set with the sharpener, the sheath, the knife, and everything, and handed it off as a gift to somebody in his family, to somebody else he knew. He may have bought it all for himself, going across the country to a place he doesn't know for protection, and it was stolen from him, or he gave it to somebody, or sold it to somebody, or traded it for something. It doesn't matter. None of that matters, because they never proved that he used that to commit these crimes, folks, and they can't. So none of it matters. It doesn't matter to me. And just because those vegan supplements were in his trunk doesn't mean he hadn't purchased them before or after he purchased them. They're claiming, okay? Somebody that's on those types of things is on those regularly. So this means nothing, once again, but in her mind, it has to stay that way. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. Yeah, 100% grasping at straws, baby, and absolution.
Well, I get that that's stronger. I don't even think it was needed.
And just my last thing, and this might still be too fresh to talk about, but I just, like, I always think, I started thinking about it when you gave your victim impact statement. And just with all the getting to know your parents and, you know, feeling like I know Kaylee in a way just through you guys and all of the videos and photos. Like, I just always want, I don't know, I see such, you.
That's a very good point, Kathy says. It's funny this state never moved to domesticate the trial subpoenas for the Koberger family like all the other witnesses were in May and June. Very good point, Kathy, and thank you for pointing that out as well. Very good stuff.
You've already made such a difference in the world, and I just wonder, have you thought more about like how you want Keely's legacy to live on, what part you'll play in that? Like, and I know that takes time, but I didn't know if there was something in particular that you were sort of thinking about at this point.
Yeah, so I got about 1,000 ideas. But my mom and I have some awesome women behind us. And they've really been kind of rallying around us, trying to help us.
Oh, sorry, you guys. Hold on a minute. Something just happened. I'll be right back. Sorry, you guys. I don't know what the hell's going on and why this is doing this. It got very weird. But give me 1 minute here to re-add this. Something weird just happened.
Oh, I apologize. Kaylee would have done a lot of really, really good things in the world. And that's just a fact. And she would have provided a lot more light to this world than she ever took. So the way I see it is there's an imbalance of the scales because she didn't get to give that light in the way that I know she would have. So you know,
I don't know why this keeps happening, you guys. I'm sorry. 1 second. You still there, Hemisphere?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. So I don't know what's going on. There was some kind of a glitch or something happening. I think I got it fixed.
I know that takes time, but I didn't know if there was something in particular that you were sort of thinking about at this point.
yeah, so I got about 1,000 ideas. But my mom and I have some awesome, awesome, awesome women behind us. And they've really been kind of rallying around us, trying to help us sort through a lot of these thoughts. And something that is really, really important to both me and my mom is that, oh, I apologize. Kaylee would have done a lot of really, really good things in the world. And that's just a fact. And she would have provided a lot more light to this world than she ever took. So the way I see it is there's an imbalance of the scales because she didn't get to give that light in the way that I know she would have. So my mom and I have kind of thought about creating something where we can give back specifically right now to the community that helped raise Kaylee, right? Helped make her who she was, in a way to kind of restore that balance of light, right? There will never be a replacement for Kaylee. And anything we ever do will pale in comparison to what she is capable of. But I think we got to try, I think that we got to try to kind of right that injustice that happened, not to us necessarily, but to the world who would have experienced, what she had to give to it. And in a way of,
Good point, Heather.
Is just kind of getting up and doing our best. So we're still really sorting through those details there. Sorry. And I'm excited to get there, but I'm also really excited at the prospect of having the time to do it and be really, really thoughtful about it. And then for me, something that's I need to do for me, and I've been doing it for a while now, is basically put forth everything, all of the documentation, all of the photos, all of the, anyone who will ever talk to me, everything, in a central database. And that is where, for me, Kaylee gets to live, right? Like, that is me collecting all of these pieces of this part of her story in one place and bringing her home. And it's something that is probably going to take me a really, really long time, but I'm
I agree with that, Susan. I truly do.
okay with that, because I know at the end, when I sit back, this will be, you know, almost like an encyclopedia of sorts that just has.
I'll be honest with you, as I don't believe that they have read the documents, because they, or if they have purposely read around certain things and refused to look at it. I know they're not dumb, unless they are that stupid that they haven't been able to read these things. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense. None at all.
You know, all of the answers and all of the pieces, and hopefully enough pieces to the point where, you know, it all comes together and it all makes sense in my head one day.
Yeah.
You mean in terms of the murders?
Yeah, in terms of, you know, understanding what was the beginning of the end, you know, in terms of understanding.
Now, that could be the answer. Jen's right. They probably haven't read any of the defense's documents, but all the states, sure. There in turn, that would make a little more sense to me. And that's just pathetic. That's really pathetic and disgusting that that's how that works.
Understanding the gravity and the weight of what happened, because you can't shy away from it, right? We shy away from it and we sugarcoat it, and we take the bits and pieces of it that are digestible and we feed them to the public. But no one actually understands how sick this guy is. And it's not my job to shy away from it, because Kaylee had to live it. The least I can do is be able to understand it for her, you know, to be able to be, you know, an earthside person that, you know, can grasp and understand, you know, what she went through and what she endured.
So you want to get the story of what really happened, basically, and get it all kind of in one place.
Everything.
The bits and pieces that we kind of have, you know?
Yeah, and I'm also really passionate about this because there's still to this day so many conspiracies online. It's disgusting, right? And if I'm just being frank with you as my friend, I'm so sick of it. Like, I'm so sick of it, I could puke. So for me to be able to put myself in a position where, you know, maybe I don't share, hey, this is how wrong you are, XYZ, you know, but to have that, you know, be armed with that knowledge of, here's why this doesn't work. Think, 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 think. Nope, you're wrong here. Nope, you're wrong here. I think it'd be so valuable. And if I could ever get to a point where, you know, I could create something that's almost like a timepiece capsule collection where 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line, people are going to want to know what happened, right? Mm-hmm. And they wouldn't have lived through this. Let me be the first source that tells them what happened to my sisters, so that they're not going to 4chan or to Reddit or to TikTok and, you know, say, oh my gosh, did you ever hear about the tunnels? Oh my God, did you hear it was a cover up? It was a frame job. Like, it feels so wrong to have so many of those things exist and be free for consumption and so widely consumed. I can't even really articulate how it makes you feel being on the other side of it. Like, but one day, if I could ever get there, it's the key to all this. If I could ever get anywhere, is being able to, you know, be the source of truth. You know, the Encyclopedia Brown on everything from A to Z. And if you stick along with me and, you know, you hold hands with me, maybe at the end you can understand too.
Yeah. I just think for some of those people with the conspiracy theories, like, and I've seen it with other cases. I mean, it's like a weird, it's almost like a hobby. Like, I don't think, no matter what anybody said, I mean, Brian Koberger confessed. Like, I mean, the man confessed and pled guilty.
Well, they say
I
they
mean,
did
what
it.
more could you, I don't think there's anything anyone can say to these people. I really don't.
Right. I'll talk to anyone. I'll argue with anyone. I will listen to anyone. But my sticking point is I need 3 facts that we can agree on, right? Like if we can't agree on 3 facts, we have no grounds for this conversation. Because if you believe that everything is a cover up and he was frank and this and that and oh well the DNA wasn't this, if we can't agree on just one single, well for me 3 single sources of truth, then I don't know how to tell you this, but you're a lost cause. Like, I don't know how to tell you this, but call your therapist. Like, I'm sorry, I know it's mean, but like, that's genuinely how I feel.
I know. I wish you just didn't have to see that stuff, though. I know it's impossible, but it's like it makes me sad that you have to see it. Like, I wish you just could be blocked from it,
And here's like, I don't have to see it, right? No one's forcing me on social media. No one's forcing me to, read these articles or anything like that. But I've kind of gotten to a point where personally, like, I'm just done being quiet about it. Like, I think that silence in some cases.
When in the hell has she ever been quiet about this? I want to know. Somebody tell me, please. None of them have. Truly.
This can be a form of complicity, and I don't want to fall into that.
I would absolutely have a conversation with her and point a lot of things out to her, but she said 3 things we have to agree on 3 things. I could figure out 3 things to agree with her on. The rest of it, there's no way in hell, but I would definitely let her come here and we would have a conversation, and it would be respectful as long as she was respectful.
Category. So it's a really hard balance to find where it's like, are you salvageable? Like, are you a salvageable conspiracy theorist who just has genuine questions? Because a lot of it is confusing, and a lot of the answers have been weird little trickle downs, and no one's kind of stood up behind the mic to take accountability and to say, no, here, let me help explain this, right? So I get some of those questions, but then I mean, you really do just run into some loonies. That's the truth.
Yeah, they're out there. They're trust me, I know. So, well, I appreciate you, Olivia. You're an inspiration to a lot of people, me included. So, thank you for all you do, and I know people will be looking to you to see what you do next and how they can help, and how they can help Kaylee's name, live on through good, like you said. So just keep us posted.
Yeah, absolutely. When we get there.
Yeah, no, I get it. It takes time. Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you.
Well, that was interesting, wasn't it?
It's pathetic, and it's kind of sad. It's sad that she refuses to admit to. I don't believe that they haven't not seen these other things. Like I said, unless they're absolutely not reading anything from the defense. I mean, this is exactly how I felt the entire time I was watching this, you guys. 100%, right there. It's insane. It's absolutely ridiculous and it's sad, beyond sad, that she believes what she believes. She's been manipulated once again by the prosecution still, and everything else that she's seen. Because and it's sad, guys, because if they were to see this any other way, I think it would cause a breakdown with them, because then there would be no closure whatsoever. They would have no answers whatsoever, and they would have nothing to lean on. And that's one of the problems, you guys. I think, that's why it's kind of sad to me.
What's even more sad it is all along throughout the whole process, they've been lied to. Every step of the way, they was lied to. And they was conned into believe that this Brian Koberger did this from Pennsylvania, sitting in front of a computer with Amazon, ordering a sheath plotting and planning to kill 4 people he don't even know that lives way across the country. This is the narrative they got sold to.
Right. And I'm going to give you they were lied to some extent. And then I'm going to stop you at that, because at some point they were lied to, but at some point they had to jump on board and say, okay, we're going to roll with this because there's nothing else to go with that they could accept, in my opinion. Okay. Because at some point they had to realize this, if you read anything, you have to see these red flags. And if you're not acknowledging those red flags, then you need to bang your head on something and shake something loose there so that it works, because they're right there in our face. Thank you so much, Michelle, for the super chat. God bless. And yes, we all need coffee. I agree with that. But yeah, I have to say that at some point they had to get on board with this hemisphere. I'll give them that stuff in the beginning, but this far into this, come on now.
I know it's kind of hard for me to. The way I thought about it was, if somebody sit there and told you this is what happened, this is who we got here, and this is how he did it. Out of trust, I'm just, the way I took it, it was out of trust for law enforcement and the respect they have for law enforcement. They took it like it was fact.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have any questions, can't question something like that, right?
Wait, say that again.
They can't question it.
Okay.
No, they can't just accept that law enforcement is wrong.
Oh, no. Well, they don't. They refuse to.
You said that. That's where I'm going.
Yeah, they refuse to. There's no. It's not that they can't. They refuse to. There's the problem. Okay, and is it because, like I said, at some point I had to break this down in my head and say, why will they not look at this stuff? How are they not looking at this stuff and seeing it the way we're seeing it and understanding it? Because it's not that hard to understand. Okay, there's people that I've seen that I know don't understand this stuff, and they still see it for what it is. It's blatant. It's in our face. Okay, and you can read it in the reports. How are you not seeing that and saying, wait a minute, there's a problem with this? They won't do it. They refuse to do it. Okay, that's what it is to me. It's not that they can't, it's that they refuse to. There's a big difference, in my opinion. Welcome, Krista. Good to see you today.
I believe that, again, this is just my opinion.
Of course, and I respect every bit of it.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But it just seems to me that when they announced Brian Kohlberger did this, that was a relief off their shoulders, right?
Yeah.
So they can't. At that particular time, there was no thought process of them thinking, well, somebody else is involved in this, or they was wrong, or they got the wrong guy. It was a relief. They finally got somebody. Okay.
Yes, that's exactly how I would have taken it too. Oh, and I said that in the very beginning. I said, hell yeah, amen. They got somebody. Let's go forward. Let's prosecute this MF, or let's do this. Until I read the PCA and said, well, freeze, stop, pump the brakes, and what the hell's going on here? This ain't right. That's what everybody should have done. Hemisphere, you did it. I did it. They should have done it too, but they didn't.
I just think that besides all that, what you're saying, it didn't even register with them to do that. Why? Because they trusted that law enforcement got the right guy.
Right. I agree. I agree. But then here's what I'm saying though, and I agree with you on that. I felt the same way. And I felt bad for them at some point, right? Until more of this came out and more of this came out and more of this came out. And then I had to stop. My wife, even, I talked to her about it. She's like, well, hon, you can only be duped so many times. Okay. And they were duped way too many times if they want us to believe that. And at some point I had to say, okay, at this point, and the man himself admitted, Hemisphere, remember this too. The man admitted to leaking information, one, He also admitted to purposely asking people to spread misinformation and then purposely spreading misinformation himself to run this specific narrative. Now, at that point, that tells me you're on board.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no, we were duped at this point. No, you're going along with it, and knowing what you're going along with, that's a problem to me. I'm sorry.
I agree 100.
And there is, and then not to mention, let me say one more thing. The defense that they have shown towards Dylan and Bethany, okay, they've defended them no holds barred all the way. And they've read this, they've seen the interviews, the body cams, they read their reports, and you're going to tell me you're not going to question that? No. You'd have to be a complete idiot to not question the things that they put out, okay? And they're refusing to do anything but defend them. That's a problem for me.
Well, the fact that nobody wants to question them, why did you wait 9 hours? What were you doing in 9 hours down? Now we saw that you lied to us. Like, I'm so confused on how did she say anything about she say anything about the roommates, right?
They have never said anything in a derogatory or a negative way about them. They've made excuses for them, and that is something that I cannot understand. Unless you're on board with this whole thing. That's all I'm saying.
She's looking for answers. Why is she accepting the answers she already had?
Because she's not looking for answers, Krista, because she knows the answer. She just she can't accept that. That's all it is.
I mean, they're in for a root.
That's how I see it. That's personally how I see it.
I used to think with Mrs. O'Keefe that the truth wouldn't hurt that woman. I think that woman needs to be at peace. Go, after she's gone, the family figure out what happened, because I think that would be way too much for her to handle. But this family, I think, could handle the truth. Like, if they would just, they were so adamant about truth. He did it. Like, accepting a false narrative, talking to him the way he did at the impact statement thing, and then seeing the documents, and not even nothing. You didn't even see the document. You don't have to see them to see what Phil Thompson said. We had nothing. Oopsie. Blame them. Sorry. You know what I mean? Like, that should be enough for them to just be like, listen. So tell me how he did this. How did he do this? If he did this, who did he do it with? Like, why are we accepting this as a narrative? I don't get it.
There you go.
I just like to know if he changed your plea like Brian Coburn did. How is that a confession?
It's not at all. He accepted the charges that they asked him to, that they gave to him. He never gave a confession. If you read the law books, folks, he never gave a confession because he never gave any details of the crime and explained how he did it. And if it was a true confession, that's exactly what he would have done. He didn't. It's not a confession. And I don't care what anybody says to me about it. I'm going to argue that and stand on this hill until you shut me off. And I'm going to get right back up on it until you can show me proof of otherwise. That's all I'm saying, because he didn't. Okay. He accepted the charges. He did it for a reason that, in my opinion, is going to be, he did it because he had to at that point to make something in the future better for him. That's exactly what I believe. So.
Yeah. And how many, they had investigators, they have lawyers. How are somebody in their life has to say to them, guys, I'm sorry. Like, I have to say something. Like, maybe he didn't do it. Like, maybe he didn't do it. And like, maybe there's other people that did this, and like, maybe they're still out there.
These people that are on the bandwagon that Brian did this they've completely duped themselves many a times and proven themselves wrong by saying stupid shit like, well, Steve himself, well, I expected this to be somebody different. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? That maybe it's not him? Multiple things have been stated. Well, I expected this. I expected that. This was it. He should have been this way. It should have been that way. Then those things should tell you that maybe it's not this person, folks.
Right. Oh, he was at Costco. Look how normal he is. What a sociopath. Well, did you think maybe he didn't do it?
No, nobody on that end will look at that and say that, because they can't at this point, because it's too far in. Can you imagine the fallout that would happen if these people turned around and said, okay, well, you know what? At this point, I guess maybe I don't think he did it. I mean, oh my God, the fallout on that would be like disastrous. Okay, think about it. It truly would. And that's why nobody can do that at this point. I've seen people very quietly out here, very quietly go from the guilter side to this side. They're not talking about it, but I see slowly but surely they make little statements here or there, or you see them popping up in streams that they wouldn't normally be in, and that should tell you something in itself.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say her name, but she's on her own little pocket. She was like, her eyes were just like, I get to see in her eyes that she's like, nothing is what it's just like fucking like this. I don't
She's
understand.
believing what she has to believe at this point, in my opinion.
So, for a plea deal to happen, both sides have to come to some form of agreement, right?
Yeah.
The one side of it, okay, what is Koberger getting out of this? He's getting the DP off the table.
That's the only thing he got out of this and nothing more.
What did the prosecution get out on their end?
They got their case closed. They got their guy without doing any work on this, period.
None. They didn't even read it.
Avoiding trial, avoiding the fact that they cannot prove anything that he did do this. They don't know, as far as we know.
Think about the money
I have a feeling they know who did it, but
I know they know who did it.
They just don't want they don't want all their real tea, so to speak, being spilled out all over the table.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of their stuff is going to come out to light.
Yeah.
And I keep asking the same question over and over and over. Who or what is that important for you to go the way you did to frame the guy? That you cannot prove that you did. You even sit there and told God in front of God and everybody in court that you cannot place that man in that house, and you cannot provide any proof that he knew any of the victims.
There is none. That's why there's none. There's no connection.
You want to talk about speculating? You want to talk about conspiracy theories? We can read through the docs and put two and two together and come up with conspiracy theories all day long. But still, to this very day, we do not know what happened and how it all happened.
No.
But one thing's for sure. We're not going to buy the one man perp theory. There's no way.
And I know that because of things that I've heard Steve, Olivia, and Christy say, they don't believe that either. They know for a fact that there is definitely more than one person involved, and I'm pretty sure they're even questioning Brian himself now.
He had no. They fought for their lives, and he has no marks on him. I mean, and it's way worse than. And the thing is, we expected all the speculation we did is not even close to this. How horrible the truth really is, or how corrupt that this case is. Like, we couldn't even think to come up with the stuff that's happening. Like, even with the 911 call, I even still just read till the whole body cam. I was still trying to think, what did what did they do? Like, were they I was trying to give them grace as much as I could. But even that, they knew that way before the docs came out. Like, they should have been questioning Bill and investigating themselves. Like, what happened? Where, you were with my sister. Like, I was one of you. I was want to know every.
They've never, not publicly, ever one time questioned them. Even made a reference to them not being on the up and up. Not one time publicly have they done that. What they've done in their private, I don't know what they've done, but to the world, they've supported them 100%. They've called them victims. And it's irritating because we have seen their interviews, we've watched the body cams, and we've read the reports about them. And you have the ability to do the same thing. And we have found things in those that aren't right. So if you can't do that, that means you're refusing to do it, period.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be going over that stuff too, about Ethan not being asleep and the injuries and that. That's what we're covering tonight or tomorrow, you guys, because that stuff in itself tells a whole different story, you guys. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, way.
It's just like, I think this too. We have a lot of fathers, brothers, daughters, sons, all watching this case. And I'm pretty sure everybody can not sympathize, but can relate to the fact that if this was to happen to one of your loved ones, and you come to find out that you've been lied to throughout the whole process from law enforcement, and they're covering up some bullshit, wouldn't you be pissed?
I mean,
that's an understatement, my friend. That's an understatement. Let me answer what Tanel said here real quick, because she said, I'm a little worried that Ann Taylor convinced Brian to take the plea to help protect the system they all work in. absolutely not. She can absolutely not force him to take any of this. She can't tell him to take it or not to take it. She can't do any of that. They stated that clearly. The only thing she can do is advise him to what can happen if he takes it. It's all his choice, Tanel. Every bit of it is his choice. And after seeing her do the things she's done, there's no way in hell I can imagine that she would have done this. Never, ever, never. Okay? No way in hell.
He knew what he was supposed. It's not like he was blind to this. He was writing research papers about this very thing. He was probably working with her.
Right.
You know?
Absolutely. And there's a reason Brian did this, okay? There's an absolute reason. And guys, it will come out. At some point, that will come out. I'm going to promise that. And that's what I'm saying, you guys. Like, there's no way in hell that this man... One thing I agree with that Olivia said was that Kaylee would have whooped Brian's ass. Between her and Xana, the dude would have had his ass whooped by them, period. Okay? That's my opinion. And that's what Rach just said. How did he not have a black eye? No scratches, nothing on his hands, his arms, his face, nothing. There's no way. And we saw the video of him walking into Costco, folks. You can see his hand, his face clearly. He looks the same way he did in every other photo before this ever happened and after. No different. He didn't do it. He didn't do it.
And Billy could have kicked his ass. She's as big as he. Like, she's as tall as him. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, what are they doing? When one person's being attacked, the 5 other ones are just going to sit there. They're going to run up the window. They're going to go get help. Unless they're Dylan, they're going to lock themselves in a room. But normal people would be either. I'm starting to think maybe Dylan and Ethan and Xana were going to try to help to fight this person off, and that's why they got. I'm starting to think like maybe there's 2 or 4, and maybe he came out to help, you know.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point too. Rach points out he walked normally. There was no limping. There was no bending side. I mean, there was nothing like he was kicked or beat up or stabbed or anything at all, folks. There was not one mark on this kid that just killed 4 people the night before, and we know for a fact that at least 2 of them beat the hell out of this person. I don't believe it. I don't believe that. It's visible to us. So I want the prosecution and the Gonsalves to explain that to me.
Right.
How he stepped in and did this by himself, and he killed 2 people at the same time, basically, Xana and Ethan. Okay, and not one mark, not one bruise, not one bit of nothing. Explain that. You can't. Not to mention the man has dyspraxia. Okay. Figure that one out. How you did that? How did you do that with a knife? Explain that one to me.
Yeah, it's just not normal. Nothing would be normal. It wouldn't be normal for the other 2 not to do it. Like it wouldn't be normal for one person to do this, but there's 6 adults in the house with all the lights on. It's like exactly physical. It's physically impossible unless these go gadget arms to hold all these people down like you know, and especially with the weapons or with the injuries. Come on now.
I'm being honest. Xana, in my opinion, would have beat Brian Koberger's ass.
Ethan, like,
truly. Ethan was awake. I'm sure he would have as well. There has to be more than one person in this situation to be able to hold this down while this is happening. Okay, but Xana, I've watched videos of her, folks.
Yeah.
She was kind of thug-like. I'll just put it that way. And I don't see this skinny little lanky kid coming in here unless there's a gun pulled on somebody and doing this. And he's not the guy, okay? That's not his personality. There's nothing in him that reacts that way to anything. Think about that. It just doesn't make any sense, but nobody wants to see it for that.
And it's so obvious. Nobody says anything. It's and the delay and the lying and about the phone calls and like, but nobody says anything. They're just like he pleaded guilty. So as soon as you get to that part, well, he pleaded guilty. Did you hear what I just said? Please tell me what you know what I mean? You're telling me that he did it. Didn't tell me how he did. Where are you seeing this? Because I would like to know. I'll be fine if you can explain it to me. But they're like, well, he just pleaded guilty. Okay.
That's not the answer because that's not at all what it is, and that's why I'm telling you it's not. It's not there. It's not there at all.
And then everybody said, well, that doesn't make sense. There's something where you're missing something. You guys are missing something. I'm like, forget it. Because I don't even have answers. I go back and forth with who did it.
I'm telling you, I'm pretty positive that law enforcement and prosecution knows who did this. And there's reasons why they were not able to put that forth. And at some point, I do believe that even some of the families do know their possibility of who possibly could have done this, but not Brian. I think there's a lot of people that know that he didn't do this, okay? There's a lot of people that were on campus that know he didn't do this and knows who truly did this, but these people won't talk. There's a reason for that, okay? And that maybe will come out at some point too. Whether or not it's the people that truly did it will come forth, no. I truly doubt that's going to happen, but there's people that know that the one that they have didn't do this. That's my opinion, of course.
Like, he's an incel, then he's a womanizer. He's this, and then he's that. Like, come on.
None of that stuff fits this, Kristen. That has nothing to do with this. That is what has been created to fit with a kid that is autistic, to make it make sense to the world. The people that don't want to see past that, and that's bullshit to me. What did you start to say there, Hemisphere?
I was just thinking about some creators who has since put out the Moscow town dynamic they have up there. And I was talking about a church up there.
Oh, yeah, the Christ Church.
And
Doug Wilson runs that.
Very, very, they said it was very cult-like.
It is. It is absolutely very cult-like. That, so, I think before you go anywhere with that, I think a lot of people in the very beginning of this hemisphere thought the possibility of that being involved, but very quickly was it shut down. That they came forth and they completely said, no, there's no connection there. But it's still a weird situation. I'll put it that way.
I mean, spiritually speaking, that's all I've been getting ever since the trial was over with, is a bunch of evil, pure evil.
Mm-hmm.
Like
what was you play? What was you just playing today? They go, all that was lies, deception, evil.
True. No, absolutely, clearly.
So
he's the ringleader, ruining Christmases for adults and children everywhere. Like, he is. When he was sitting next to her at the impact statement, I was like, oh no. Oh shit. Like,
what's up, Buddy Bear? Kane's in the house. If balances lies come to light, then many other high-profile cases come into question and may be reversed equals matters of national security. Good point. That is a good point, Kane. That's a very good point. Not to mention the other stuff involved with it very possibly will. That's true. Just saying. Just saying. But these things here, folks, before I get too far sideways on it, but these are very good points Krista's made, Hemisphere has made as well. This is what we were going to be doing as far as these documents go. Plus, I wanted to review Lucy's awesome video, that ridiculous video by Enton. I wanted to review that as well. And it's pathetic to see what it is. Colleen Cookabons, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
I'm highly disappointed in Ethan, too. I really enjoyed his covering the Gabby Petito case.
Oh, Brian Enton. Yeah, I did too.
But this right here, I mean, he has really just.
Oh, he's gone down into the rabbit holes, my friend.
Even I just can't believe what he asked the girl that Kentucky case about the judge. He flat out asked this woman, she was one of the victims that was getting sexually abused there. Can she put a number on how many times she was sexually abused? Yes. I'm like, really?
I know.
Yeah, he's changed a lot since Gabby Petito. I really did like him then. But another thing to point out, you guys, Tomboy kind of pointed it out too. Hey, Allison. And it's something that needs to be thought about deeply for a few minutes, okay? We know that Latah County was slightly involved in this. We know that the Idaho State Police were involved in this. We know that Moscow PD was involved in this. And we absolutely know that the FBI was the lead on this. But why would the Department of Homeland Security be involved, folks? Think about that for a few minutes and process that. And remember, they don't get involved in just domestic crimes that happen on a regular basis, okay? So being the fact that the Department of Homeland Security was brought into it, take a step back off of that and sit on that for a little while and think about what the hell was going on with this case that could have brought them into it. They get involved on specific things like drugs and trafficking issues and stuff like that, okay? So everybody knows my theory and basis as to what I believe this crime was committed for. Okay, the basis of it, and I believe that it's a drug thing. So take that into account and try to process that for a while. Just think about it. Give yourself a day or two to think about why would the Department of Homeland Security be brought into something like this. Okay, we all know, like Tomboy just highlighted over here, terrorism, human trafficking, and drug trafficking. These are their big main things that they get involved in crime in cases for. Well, like I said, just sit back and think about everything we've looked at, everything that's been covered in this, and wonder why the hell would the FBI, who's the lead on this, bring in another agency such as DHS to deal with something? That's interesting to me, isn't it? Think about it. Just give yourself a couple days. Look into DHS. Look them up online. Read about what they do, and then think back about it. That's all I'm saying.
And add on to that, think about all the informants that Bill Thompson had over the years. That's been in and out of the system and still roaming the streets.
Right.
Free of charge.
There you go.
They deserve to be in jail. So what I was talking about the other day and I was thinking about the other day is when does our country, as far as legislator and all that, say enough is enough?
When they don't have a choice but to say that. They don't do it on their own.
And they start looking at stuff like that.
I mean,
good
I don't
point.
know. This kid, well, we have Delphi in Massachusetts, but it's like I wonder how many more there are. You know, that we don't even know. Like, I now like look at the. It could never have convinced me that Scott Peterson may or may not be guilty. Like that was.
No, even just don't even step outside of Moscow, Krista. Think about how many more cases within.
Oh yeah.
Latah County that Bill Thompson has overseen that need to be looked at again, in my opinion, and how many situations that they've dealt with already in the past that are somewhat like this. Okay, think about that for a minute. Think about why there would be two other parallel investigations going on before these murders happened, during these murders, and after these murders. What's that all about with the university? I'm just saying, it's there, Kane. It's there. You just can't see it because it's pushed back behind the other vehicle. It's still there.
Oh yeah.
I said the same thing at first, and then you flip it around to the other side of the other body cam. It's still sitting there. It's just behind the other vehicle, and that stupid block thing that they have everything blurred out with. It's hard to see around it, but it's there. 5 people dead. My man's connected.
I'm sorry, Dago, but I just feel like there's a lot there that really needs to be looked into. And it's just not with the law enforcement either. It's with that school and the whole dynamic they have there. Needs to be looked at.
Agreed.
And
I do agree.
We have to, in my humble opinion, okay, we have to hold people accountable. It don't matter what branch you're in. I mean, you can be in law enforcement, you could be attorney or anything, but if you wrongfully prosecuting people off of false pretense just to fit a narrative, that's not what our legal system is about. It never was founded on that. Never. And should be held accountable. Period.
Right. Right. Mama D, Bill Thompson has only taken 3 cases to trial. The rest of them have been plea deals.
In 30 years?
That should be questioned. Out of 30 plus years, that's kind of a crazy thing to me.
Wow.
But, and you don't, he hasn't won them all. He's won them by default by plea deals. He's never had to do the work. So that's something else to remember too. It's pretty pathetic. Sorry.
That is
I remember Tomboy mentioned something about an alibi for Brian Koberger. I remember Bill Thompson getting upset because he couldn't get an alibi from him.
He didn't like the alibi. It was an alibi, but he didn't like that one because it wasn't enough for him.
So yeah, he did have an alibi.
Of course he did. Of
But they
course.
call him a liar. So, like, why do you believe him when he says he's guilty then? If he's such a liar, you know? Like,
That's a good
is he a
point.
liar then, or is he lying now? Like, which part? Like, he's a liar. So, I mean, maybe he's lying when he says he's guilty.
And see, that's another thing that was bothering me too. You keep bashing this man's character like that, but you ain't never sit down in the room with him and have a conversation, or none of your detectives never sit there and have a conversation with him.
Exactly.
Because none of it fit. Okay. I'm telling you right now, you guys, and no worries, Mama D. It's not that I was correcting you, hon. I was just trying to point out something that was an actual fact. That's an issue that should be looked into by the Department of Justice, in my opinion. I'm just saying. But the thing, oh shit, what was I just? Oh, like, okay, for instance, they could have called or went to Brian's apartment and brought him in, asked him to come in, and had to sit down and talk to him about this. No, they had to draw this out, go to his house, kick in the doors and the windows, and make it look like this man is some kind of a Richard Ramirez type person or a Jeffrey Dahmer type person, and then fly him across America and show that the whole time, which was way out of line. And then do all of this to make this narrative look and fit the best way they could to this monster that they've created that is not this person. And that's what they did. They created this monster that committed this crime, okay, that doesn't exist in this person. This person is not this monster. To make it understanding, they didn't have to do any of this. They could have very easily, he would have completely cooperated, contacted him, went to his job, went to his home, called him and said, hey, would you mind stopping in to Moscow PD and having a conversation and maybe giving us a DNA swab? He wouldn't have argued that. I promise you the man would have done it. But they didn't do that because that would not have fit into this thing they created about him, that they needed to create about him, that they drug out for 3 years to make this man guilty in the court of public opinion, because they knew if they did that no matter what happened in the end, they didn't have to worry about it. Okay. And I'm still telling you guys, I believe that the plea deal was the thing the whole time was to force him into a plea deal. Because they knew that they had no case. There was nothing they were going to do to convict him. Again, these are my opinions, you guys, but this is exactly just how I see it from what I have seen. With as much time as I've spent in this, I'm very confident and comfortable saying what I'm saying to you.
I can't believe that the kids went back. So the twins went back to school right after this happened.
Of course they did. Of course they did.
That is wild.
The Chapins have too much money invested in this. Okay. If you guys don't mind, excuse me one quick second, and then we'll dive into this. But I have to go use the little boy's room because I have had way too much coffee. I'll be right back. You guys can continue talking if you'd like.
Yeah, it's wild to me. Like, I get stuck with the 911 delay, but like that should just be in itself. Those lies right there. It's like problem 99. You know, like, and then they just say Dylan gets $100,000 on her cash app. It's like she's jealous of Kaylee having $100,000 in the bank. And then you have Olivia, which I think had a glow up with probably Kaylee's money out of the bank. I mean, and as far as I thought she lived with her aunt and her and her sister were not speaking. Not that that's any excuse to I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, Kaylee wasn't talking with you right at the moment. So, like, for you to go, my sisters, she would have did this and she would have did that. It's like, you guys probably would have fought your whole life. Like, listen, like, you don't gotta like lay it on. I feel bad for them as a family anyway. You know, you don't have to like. But it was obvious that she didn't really want to like be around her family, which is, I know it's sad, and it's probably even worse for her mother. Like, if they weren't speaking, but that she went and lived with her aunt. But we don't hear from her aunt, right? Which I think maybe her aunt's the one with the critical thinking skills. You know.
I got my mind on going all over the place with this case because it's kind of crazy to me. It's kind of like I'm kind of answering my own question in my mind about who would be that important to cover up this case like they did if there was some high officials involved in that. Because I kind of put 1 and 2 and 2 together in the fact that Kaylee and Maddie was never mentioned in the body cam with Dylan. she acted like Kaylee and Maddie wasn't even in the house when she asked the officer, "Was Katie and Maddie upstairs?"
Mm-hmm.
But then she said in another interview that she heard Katie or Maddie running up and down the stairs. So which one's the two?
That's right.
So
Where'd she go?
there's the conflict right there, right? So maybe some higher authority figure had a lot to do with what's going on here for the cover up.
Yeah.
It had to been, you know, if you want to point at the president over to the school, or even the cult or whoever. This right here was done to where point where they're hoping that it's going to go away, but it's not going to go away because we're going to keep on pushing it. What happened? We want the real perps get caught and serve time, not somebody from Pennsylvania who don't know them from Adam. So that's where I'm at with it, and everything else is just it is what it is.
I have to agree with Tomboy and Taylor and Eliza Massive. They know exactly what they're doing in regards to this case, and don't let their quietness fool you. I have that opinion of it as well, and I think we'll see that at some point. We will.
I think like when you know you screwed somebody and they know you screwed them and they don't say anything after you worry. When they're quiet, I mean, I'm just saying like they're probably wondering why he hasn't, like why he's not screaming it from the rooftop like anymore. You know what I mean? Like I hope that they're putting like something behind the scenes again. I don't know. We probably put this together, but I don't know how it would work. But how one? There's all these agencies. One is going to let the rest of them, or you know, someone's going to look at the other going, "Oh, you guys are screwing up. We got to like do something about this." But they're all watching it be screwed up, so obviously they're all in on it. Because why would one agency let another agency screw up? Unless they're all in on it, or and something went really
Well,
really
a lot of people I think don't question their authority per se. There are people that definitely know what's going on, that are involved in this. Maybe not as many as everybody thinks, but the other people, in my opinion, I've called them pawns from the beginning. Okay, those are the people that just go in and they punch a time card. They do their job. They don't question their job. They don't question their superiors. They do what they're told to do, and they move on, do job, and go home every day. Those people, they're still involved in this, but they're involved without knowing they're involved. They're just doing what they're supposed to do. They don't see it. They don't look at it. They don't question it. They don't do any of that stuff. There's other people that are ringleaders to this. Yes, those people are the ones that definitely should be held accountable. But the other people, they don't know. There's too many people involved in this as far as agencies go for them all to be involved. That would make no sense. Think about that. It would be ridiculous. Latah County Sheriff's Department, the Moscow PD, the FBI, Homeland Security, okay, and the Idaho State Police. That's 5 agencies, folks. To believe that every single person that's involved in this knows exactly what happened here, bullshit. There's no way. It's just not going to happen. There are people that are honest that are going to find this, see this, and go, wait a minute. No. Okay? They're just doing their jobs. They're not seeing what lies beneath and all that other shit. That I do believe. But there's a good handful of people that know exactly what's going on here. They know how to manipulate the situation and have done it. And that's the way I see this. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And that's what I think about Officer Gallagher over at in Massachusetts. Like, I don't think he was the guy that's blowing the snow and stuff. Like, I just think he's one of those guys just goes to work, punches a card, doesn't question his superiors like you're not supposed to, and goes home. You know, like
who are you talking about?
Officer Gallagher with Karen Reed's case.
Oh,
he's the one that read solo cups and he read solo cups and a leaf blower. But that was
yeah, in that case, yeah, I agree with that.
Obviously, he wasn't there. So yeah. See, when you say that, I think about it again. Like, you're right. Not the higher ups are the ones that have to know about this, and you know the rest of them are just going to say, "I'm not going to question them." For like a lot of them, either retired or moved or switched jobs. They probably just left. Like, I'm not going to stay here. And don't say anything. Just exit stage left and get another job because you're working for now you're working for the devil. You know.
Right.
And like you could be the next one being set up. So.
Sure.
I mean, but if they do it with you, they're going to do it to you. So they could do it to you.
Now, if this were to go to trial, what we're reviewing today, real quick, here are the state and the defense's trial briefings on this. If we get through it, hopefully, and this is interesting too. Okay, as to what would have happened per se if this would have happened, and I'll just go through here, and try to read as much as I can before my voice goes out. Just saying, past couple of days I've been reading a lot, so just. The introduction to this, and it states that in the early morning hours of November 13th of 22, defendant Brian Koberger, a PhD student in criminology, and the things I'm reading, folks, pay attention to these certain things are going to stick out to you. At Washington University, drove his car approximately 10 miles from his apartment complex in Pullman, Washington, to the campus of the University of Idaho. Mind you, this is the state's version of this. Take that into account, okay? Of Idaho. In Moscow, Idaho, defendant circled a house near the U of I campus at 1122 King Road several times before he parked his car, entered that house, and used a military-style knife to stab to death the following UI students: Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernodle, and Madison Mogan. For this, defendant is charged with burglary of 4 counts of first-degree murder, and the state is seeking the death penalty if the defendant is convicted of any of the first-degree murder counts. The trial in this case will tell the story of the defendant's crimes and the investigation that led to his arrest. The evidence will prove to the jury not only that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of all crimes charged in the indictment, but also that given all the relevant facts and circumstances, the defendant's crimes warrant the death penalty. The grand jury returned an indictment that charges the defendant with the following crimes. Count 1, burglary in violation of that. We know what that is. I don't have to read all the code. For entering 1122 King Road with the intent to commit murder. Count 2, 3, and 4 are all first-degree murder in violation of that code against Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and Kaylee Goncalves. Now, count 5 was first-degree murder in violation for killing Ethan. I'm sorry. So there was these 4. Count 1 was burglary. 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm sorry, I reread that wrong. The elements of these crimes are well established under Idaho law and are presented in the state's requested jury instructions. The state has provided notice of intent to seek the death penalty based on 4 aggravating circumstances. At the time of the murder was committed, defendant also committed another murder. 19... and or the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, and or by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life, blah, blah, blah. Defendant by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute the continuing threat to society. They don't know that, but okay. The state's requested jury instructions also cover the penalty phase. We've gone through that already. And the state's case in chief is detailed below. The state's case in chief will involve presenting significant amounts of evidence over the course of many weeks, if not months. During opening statements, the state intended to show the jury certain selected exhibits and certain jury instructions to facilitate the state's overview of the evidence. Pursuant to the court's redacted order governing further criminal proceedings and notice of trial setting date, blah, blah, blah. We know all that. And it says the state should know whether the defendant objects to the exhibits that it intends to show during its opening statement and will alert the court through motions in limine or other mechanism preferred by the court of potential disputes so that the court can have the opportunity to resolve them prior to trial. Number 2, listed as witness testimony. The state is currently finalizing its witness list and will be as inclusive as possible to ensure that it is prepared to establish proper foundation for all testimony and exhibits. The state may not need to call all of the witnesses on the forthcoming witness list as it learns of defendants' evidentiary objections, and the court has the opportunity to resolve any disputes. So there again, folks, it even states there that just because Amanda Koberger's name is on there doesn't mean she was going to be called. That was put on there back in April. Her name was added back in April, guys. So that tells you, that they prepare for these things just in case, per se.
Yeah, it's not like it doesn't mean she's going to say anything bad anyway. She could be a witness to the fact that he didn't have something or didn't have this or that.
Well, if the state was going to call her, of course they were going to try to use her against him, but not to say that she would have done it. You know what I mean? The state's witnesses generally can be organized in the following categories: roommates, friends, acquaintances, and contacts of the murder victims. The state intended to call members of the UI and Moscow community who knew or had contact with the victims at relevant times, including on the night of the murders. Such witnesses would include the victim's surviving roommates who are victims of the defendant's burglary offense, and friends who responded to the house around noon on the 13th of 22. The state will also call other individuals who had contact with the victims on the preceding days up to the night of the murders to establish the timeline of events. And of course, law enforcement officers and investigators. The state will also call the officers who first responded to 1122. The state will also call investigators who were responsible for and participated in the extensive investigation that led to the charges in this case, which we all know that there was not an extensive investigation that was done the right way, at least. Okay.
They didn't investigate him. They didn't even find him. Somebody else did.
Right. So these witnesses will include officers and detectives with MPD, investigators with Idaho State Police, agents with the FBI, and the law enforcement officers who had contact with the defendant at relevant times, including upon his arrest in Pennsylvania. Also, the state will call law enforcement specialists who collectively conducted the forensic investigations in this case. These include those who possess specialized knowledge, skills, experience, training, and education in the following fields: electronic device review and data extraction, cellular data analysis, analytics, DNA testing and analysis, and financial record forensics. These witnesses are primarily employed by MPD, ISP, or the FBI to the extent necessary. The state previously disclosed that these witnesses, through its expert witness disclosure. And of course, the state intends to call family members of the defendant for the purpose of establishing certain facts before the defendant moved to Pullman in late summer of 22, as well as facts about the defendant's conduct when he returned home to Pennsylvania in 22. The nature of this testimony has been disclosed through reports of interviews. The state will be prepared to call all witnesses necessary to authenticate the exhibits it will introduce at trial. This will include calling witnesses who can attest to the chain of custody for physical exhibits and those who can establish that certain documents are business records and therefore not subject to exclusion as hearsay. Depending on any objections that the defendant makes to the state's exhibit, the state may raise authentication and or foundation disputes with the court in an attempt to streamline the number of necessary foundational witnesses. The state will call two roommates of the murder victims who were present in the 1122 King Road house during the murders. These witnesses were 19 years old at the time of the murders, and they have been understandably traumatized by what transpired and are victims of the burglary offense that they have received. They have received death threats, have been the subject of conspiracy theories, and have been harassed online in ways that continue to affect their privacy interests and well-being.
Now they want privacy.
And here's the problem: that maybe if they had been honest, none of this would have happened. But that's okay.
Well, you're on TikTok. You're on all don't worry about your social media. Like you're on all those things all night long while your friends are bleeding out. Now you want privacy. Okay. Now you don't want to be harassed on social media. Okay.
And it says the state's concerned that if video of these witnesses' testimonies broadcast on the live stream, individuals outside of court could screen capture images of them and circulate them on the internet in harmful ways. Accordingly, the state requests that the court pause the video live stream, but not the audio, if possible, during the testimony of these victim witnesses to protect their privacy to the extent possible, which is bullshit to me. It is bullshit. I definitely needed to hear the audio, but I wanted to watch their reactions as they testified because and my wife did too, because you can kind of read people based on their body language and so on and so forth. But they didn't want that put out to the world. So, okay. The court should grant the state's request pursuant to Administrative Rule 32 and 611. The former grants courts the discretion to adopt trial procedures and provide public access to court proceedings while minimizing the risk of injury to individuals and protecting individual privacy rights and interests. There's no privacy, okay? They came forth as witnesses. They were doing what they were doing in this case. They should, I don't believe in that. I'm sorry. I don't see them as victims. My apology, you guys. I'm sorry, not sorry about that. Hey, Jilly Bean, good to see you, dear. So the court should exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of examining witnesses and presenting evidence so as to make those procedures effective for determining truth and avoid wasting time and protect witnesses from harassment or undue embarrassment. So, as an initial matter, the state's request does not prevent public access to the witness's testimony. The public will be able to hear their testimony, and members of the public who are present in the courtroom will be able to see the witness as they testify. This is consistent with the vast majority of trials in the state of Idaho, which are not live streamed. Effectively, the state's request simply prevents the images of the witnesses from being re-recorded and disseminated in potentially harmful ways. The witnesses' voices and content of their testimony will still be available on the live stream as such. The state's request presents that the least restrictive exception from disclosure and is consistent with the policies underlying rule number 32. We all know what that is. So, several witnesses, namely the surviving roommates and other friends of the victims, are young people whose lives have been upended by the trauma of the murders and the aftermath caused by intense media attention on this case. Some are represented by counsel, and most have family members who intend to attend the trial to support them when they testify. The rest of that means nothing. Lead case investigators at counsel table, states designating MPD, Corporal Brett Payne, and Sergeant Darren Gilbertson as its advisory witnesses because they were the lead investigators. The state stands ready to make formal motion if the court prefers to a stipulation. The parties agree that these investigators may be present in the courtroom during all witness testimony. Accordingly, the state intends for these investigators to be present at counsel table to advise the prosecutors and assist in trial logistics. It says segmented testimony by investigators and witnesses. The state intends to present the testimony of investigators and other witnesses in segments to assist the state in presenting its chosen narrative of the evidence. This will also assist the jury in understanding the progression of the investigation at issue. Pursuant to Idaho Rule of Evidence 611, the court should allow this procedure to make the interrogation and presentation of witnesses effective for the ascertainment of the truth. There will be no prejudice to defendant because each time one of the witnesses testifies, they will be subject to cross-examination at that time on the subjects covered in the portion of their testimony just presented. Certain witnesses may also be called out of order to accommodate travel schedules or allow them. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. Or allow them to subsequently be present in the courtroom after their testimony. In an exchange of witnesses' schedules, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And exhibits to be introduced. The state is currently finalizing exhibit lists and will be as inclusive as possible, as I said before, to ensure that it meets its burden of proof as to each element of each charged offense. State may not need to introduce all exhibits in the forthcoming exhibit list as it learns of defendants' evidentiary objections, and the court has the opportunity to resolve the disputes. So they have the categories listed as physical items, photographs, maps, and diagrams, audio and video files, background records, forensic data, summary exhibits, in-life photos of victims, physical items again, graphic photographs, self-authenticating records, demonstrative exhibits. I think that's it as far as that goes. And the foundation for cross-examination. At the motions hearing on the court alluded to the need for counsel to have a proper foundation for asking for, I'm sorry, 4 questions asked on cross-examination. The state will be prepared to object on this basis if the defense attorney asks improper questions and provides the following case law support. So, as we all know, they were going to even kind of pump the brakes on whatever the defense was trying to ask. So they had more power over this case, you guys, than you guys realize. Okay, they weren't going to allow her to ask specific questions or certain types of questions in certain ways that could help him. In my opinion, that's what Hitler was all about. So,
isn't that her job, though? You know what I mean? He's going to stop her from doing her job.
Of course it is, but they would have found a way to deny her certain things, just like they did in many other cases I've seen. Where that you have to run the questions by, the court, and is this okay? Is that okay? And of course, they would have fucking objected to everything, in my opinion, as they have. So, it is what it is. So, in conclusion, the state appreciates the opportunity to raise the foregoing considerations with the court. It stands ready to address the questions that the court may have to assist with any procedures the court would like to implement to ensure an efficient and fair trial that protects the defendant's rights of the victim witnesses and the families of the deceased victims, the rights of the public and press, which they didn't care about that at all, and the interests of the people of Latah County and the state of Idaho in achieving justice in this case. Bullshit, 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 bullshit.
All lies.
And there's my answer. That's to the state. And then on the defendant's trial briefing here, it's going to be the same, along the same lines, just opposing, as we all know. So in the indictment, we all know Brian was charged with burglary and then 4 counts of felony murder. Okay.
He didn't steal anything. Isn't that breaking and entering instead?
It's because they're saying he went into the home without being invited.
Right.
Jury selection, we all know how that was going to go down. They had already gotten ready to start that before the plea was taken. Now, in this thing, it shows the evidentiary issues being that it's expected that issues surrounding relevance, remoteness, and the complete defense will be raised throughout the trial. Proof of alibi, alternate perpetrators, and the exclusion of expert opinions due to incomplete expert disclosures will be an issue throughout the trial in the various motions to compel, death penalty motions, suppression motions, and motions in limine filed with the court. Many evidentiary issues have been raised. Such evidentiary issues include inflammatory evidence, preventing the introduction of inflammatory evidence such as irrelevant and unfairly prejudicial photographs, testimony, and exhibits is the subject of the defendant's motion in limine number 1. Regarding inflammatory evidence, Mr. Koberger contends that his right to a fair trial free from irrelevant, cumulative, and unfairly prejudicial evidence as guaranteed by the state and federal constitutions prevent the state from introducing evidence that cumulatively highlights gruesome exhibits or elicits overly emotional testimony. Mr. Koberger heard the court's comments at hearing with optimism, but will, if necessary, be ready to object and follow with a motion to ensure his trial is fair, which we knew was not going to happen, folks. And I said it many, many, many times that no matter where they took this man in the state of Idaho, no matter how they did it, whatever judge they put in front of him, he was not going to have a fair trial, period. And I'm pretty sure from the beginning they planned on never going to trial. I'm just saying.
No, that would get cats out of bags. Then all the cats would be out of the bag.
Right.
We can't go to trial.
And the prosecution, it would have exposed the prosecution and law enforcement if it would have went to trial. That's why this never was going to happen. Okay. Mr. Koberger seeks to exclude expert testimony that is vague, undisclosed, and improper. Expert testimony and expert disclosures that have been the subject of several motions, including the defendant's motion to compel ICR 16B7 material and for sanctions, the defendant's motion to extend time to disclose the defendant's guilt phase experts, defendant's motion in limine number 2, vague and undisclosed expert testimony, defendant's motion to preclude the death penalty and adopt other necessary procedures, Due to the state's numerous disclosure violations, Mr. Koberger awaits the court's decision on his motion to exclude expert opinions due to incomplete expert disclosures. And that means basically that the experts that the state brought forth, they weren't giving full expert disclosures on that. So they wanted that done and they weren't doing it. Okay. And that's not fair to him.
Nobody was protected.
I'm sorry.
Isn't the judge there to make sure everything's fair? Isn't that his job?
The judge truly, you guys, was supposed to be there to protect Brian Koberger from these types of things from happening, and he absolutely was not there for that at all. Not at all. If anything, he was there to help the prosecution to push this through the way it was supposed to be done. That's exactly the way they wanted it to be done. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Nobody's fighting for the victims, it seems like, but kind of like us. We're like the only ones that are really like, come on now, like, and for justice, because, and like, Brian has a lawyer, but the state's not on the victim's side, and you know, obviously we can see that. And the families are just kind of like stuck, either going along with it, or the other families can't fight because it's too much. It's too hard to fight that all these people. So like, really, who's really loves fighting for justice besides us?
Well, there were many things that they talked about early on. If you guys remember the defense talking about using specific terms such as psychopath, sociopath, in reference to Brian, and they argued that they shouldn't do that because that is, in a sense, pushing that on the jury to make them look at him in that sense. That's not fair to him. Yeah. And they were going to try to do that no matter what. Okay, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So.
I think they probably would have paid somebody too. I think they would have paid them off. I really do. Like, they're getting away with this much. They probably would have got away with doing something to the jury. So, and it's like, really, unless he's fighting for his life, then I don't know what else. You know what I mean? There's no else reason for him to plead guilty except for the fact that he fight for my life first, and then I could fight for my life after that. You know, like, imagine fighting for your life, fighting for your freedom, knowing that that's hanging over your head. Like, I think it's less stress with it not hanging over his head for him to try to fight this thing, if he is. Other than that, I can't see how I don't know.
Yeah, welcome, Lisa. Good to see you. No, I understand completely. And I'm not going to go through all this, guys. This will take us all day, and you guys will fall asleep on me. But just, you guys know what was going to happen, okay? There was a lot of issues that they brought up. One of these was using the touch or contact or trace DNA. Remember that we talked about before? They did not want that to happen because that, again, that was on the state side. That they didn't want that stated for the jury to hear that because it would have dumbed it down. They feel, I'm just using layman's terms, but you know, it would have dumbed down. The state didn't want, because that's how minuscule it was. They just wanted the DNA to be used. Okay, we have DNA. We have Brian's DNA is what they were going to say to the jury. Instead of, you know, it's just his trace or touch or transfer DNA, to prove how minuscule and ridiculous it was. But that's okay.
And who knows where they got it? They were in his apartment. I'm sure they could have found a way. That's the only. I mean, I really think that's where they got his little sand piece of DNA. That's all they could come up with. Isn't that crazy? That's all they came up with. You think they would try to do something even more like concrete? You know what I mean? Like,
well, they didn't have that. They couldn't come up with it because they didn't have anything to come up with. Okay. So all the rest of this just talks about all of them. Let's see. With the fact they were going to try to introduce that Brian taking his sister's phone to a kiosk at the mall to trade it in for money, because at that point in time, how many years ago, he had an issue with drugs. That was going to point to the type of person he was, but that would have done nothing, in my opinion. But it is what it is. That's the only thing that they've ever found that this man did wrong. Okay, and everything they could find to try to prove him to be a bad person, it just didn't mean anything.
No.
And of course, they were gonna, you know, talk about the sheath and this and that. I mean, the defense on this side is a lot, guys. And I think they would have been able to pull this off. I think the defense would have been able to pull this off, but the threats started coming, okay? And I'm going to be honest with you guys. The threats, in my opinion, what started happening was that I think it was starting to come to the table that somebody was putting out there, if he doesn't cop to this, then his family's going to be in trouble, and Miss Taylor's family's going to be in trouble, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. That's a problem, folks. That has to be taken seriously, because these people are nuts that do these things. Okay, so I believe that that's part of the reason why this all came down the way it did. That and the fact that Molly McMichael's situation happened. Okay, and
we know what her family.
Take that into.
Yeah, Molly McMichael was going to change her story.
She already did. She already had done it.
We did see him there.
Yeah, she had already changed her story, and Brian's parents had special, like, private security, adding to the security they already had, and Taylor had private security at that point going forth.
Really?
Way more than normal, because there were people being physically threatened with this, and this is a problem, you guys, okay? And I feel like that was why he was forced into this, partially. Just saying. Yeah, there's a whole... We'd be here for 3 days reading this. I'm just explaining it in layman's terms the best I can. But I feel like if this would have been on the up and up, okay, which I know Ann Taylor knew it wasn't, going forward, that she had hit a wall. She was not ready for this. But if they would have allowed everything, which they weren't going to, the timing advance situation, if Cyree was able to testify to that, would have shut that down. It would have proven that Ashley Jennings was lying, okay? And all of this would have, and Hitler said it himself, it would have pointed to the prosecution and the misconduct that they were involved in with this case. And these jobs, as he said, people's jobs are at risk. Well, guess what? That's their problem. They should have done this by the book and done it the right way, and they wouldn't be a risk. That's not my problem. Hey, Busy, good to see you. I know that it's believed that they probably would have tried to find him guilty, and they probably would have. Okay, I don't believe that the jury would have been on the up and up either, guys. I struggle with that now after seeing the judge do what he did, and I think that they knew that on the defense's side. Okay, yeah, this is so long. I just don't. Go ahead.
I think Hooper was going to let the alternative suspects in on trial. But the thing about it is, a lot of it's going to get exposed. And I keep beating that Cyree dead horse. That right there says everything. In my humble opinion, that right there says the whole thing on that. Right there. Because if Hitler was any kind of a judge, he should have had both parties come into his chambers and rip both sides' ass. But that didn't happen.
Because he already had his mind made up, in my opinion.
He called them man conspiracy theories. And you wonder where that's coming from. Or I'm sorry, not you, but they wonder where that's coming from.
Well, I know where that came from, and I think they did too. It's kind of sad the way this all worked out, but
yeah, it is. It is, Dago, and it's crazy.
Right, agreed. Rach just said that the jury usually highly respects the judge and trusts the judge and looks to them for guidance more than the attorneys, especially more than the defense attorneys, of course. And think about that, folks. She's right. How would this have gone if the jury would look to the judge for his guidance on this? What do you think would have happened? He'd have led them right down that same path that the prosecution was taking, because they were all, in my opinion, maybe not physically together, working together, but he had his way that he was going to do this. In my opinion, that's exactly what was going to happen. I feel like anytime they looked to the judge for guidance, that he was going to lead them in the wrong direction. That's all I'm saying. So in the guilty side, yeah.
He would have made it seem like everything they asked was out of line, or kind of like, like everything they did, like come on, like, it's ridiculous.
And he was never going to be on Ann's side throughout this. He was never going to give her anything she needed. She was not ready for this. She asked for a continuance. They absolutely denied that. She had the ability to bring forth alternate perpetrators to show that, nope, had nothing to do with, he was going to have nothing to do with that. And I knew that as soon as she presented it. And that's sad as well. So the witnesses list on this from the defense side of things, okay? it shows here the expert witness that Mr. Koberger had disclosed exceedingly comprehensive expert reports and opinions. The alleged facts are going to be very heavily contested issue by issue. Mr. Koberger does not intend to put on a very extensive defense case. He anticipates calling the following expert witnesses to testify at trial, depending on the state's case in chief during the guilt phase of trial. Dr. Ruth Ballard, PhD, Stephen Becker, Kathleen Bright Birnbaum, David Howell, Matthew Nodal, Rachel Lawson, Orr. Okay, we know who Dr. Orr is. Carol Peden, Kevin Peden, Jennifer Horniak, Breck Montez, Cy Ray. Okay, Josiah Roloff, Eileen Ryan, Gary Shetler, Thomas Levensky, Brent Turby, Barbara C. Wolf. Another these are a lot of these are MDs or doctors in some form. Okay, and that'll tell you right there. And Cy Ray is on the list, folks. Okay, and then the lay witnesses that Mr. Koberger anticipates calling to testify during the guilt phase of the trial will be disclosed by the defendant on April 21st by filing a witness list under seal in compliance with the court scheduling order. We all know how that went down, so on and so forth. Okay. Where'd it go? To the extent other witnesses are identified as 68 terabytes of discovery are reviewed. The list will be supplemental penalty phase. Lay witnesses will be disclosed by Koberger on May 5th. By filing a witness list under seal in compliance with the court scheduling order. Investigation for the mitigation phase of the trial, if this case proceeds that far, is ongoing. The mitigation investigation began immediately upon Mr. Koberger's arrest, but it has been extremely difficult to get teachers, medical providers, family, friends, neighbors, co-workers, and others to speak with the defense team. Generational records are still being located and gathered as people and records are located. Those will be disclosed in witness list supplement. And see, part of the problem is what the other side of this case has done from day one is by making Brian look guilty in the court of public opinion. There are people that don't want to speak to them because of that, because they're afraid of what the backlash would be if somebody came forth, as we've all seen, and said anything positive about Brian, you guys. Facts are facts. What's up, Cock? Yeah. Need to see you. Yeah. And that scared people, in my opinion. Nobody wanted to talk to them. Okay? That's a problem. That's a big problem when you're that basically bullied into not being able to speak honest about somebody. Hey, Donna, good to see you too. There's a problem with that.
Like so, they know what's up around there. But it's just like kind
right.
of like,
right. And that's a problem, you guys. It's a big ass problem. I'm sorry.
And that's the reason why this case don't need to go anywhere. But where is that right now? And everybody's talking about it.
Right. That's why tomorrow is going to be the big part of this. We're going to jump into this, and we're going to look into the witness list, of course, and we're going to talk about the injuries to the victims, you guys. Yeah. That's where there's some issues, in my opinion, okay? Because it's not the way they told us it was in some ways, and there's other things to kind of look into to see where that goes. You know what I mean?
Since if Maddie wasn't asleep, if Maddie was truly not asleep, then she wasn't first, because they would have heard the. We'll talk about it.
I don't believe any of them were asleep, to be honest with you, Krista. Maddie, no. Ethan. I think Ethan was awake as well. I think that if anybody was asleep at all, in my opinion, it was Maddie. But I don't even know that she was truly.
And then they would have heard. She would have seen somebody coming upstairs. So, and they would have heard her getting, what happened, like she, you know what I mean? That unless he was hiding and hiding, you know what I mean? The person hiding. So it doesn't make sense, because if she was up there and then Kaylee goes up there and then sees the guy, that Maddie was already, you know what I mean? But they would have heard that. Or if he would have came in through the slider, then I guess they could have just jumped in that way. I don't know. And in my brain, I'm just like, Maddie was the only one I could think would be still asleep, but it's, the drug trafficking, Brian. Like, and maybe they got involved in something that they thought was not as serious to make extra money, and then they wasn't supposed to go down this way, and they wanted to stop, and then maybe the two girls found out and they told people. I keep thinking like, they were trying. Somebody was sending a message, and I think that college brings a lot of money in, probably from the street too.
Sure.
You know, I mean, steroids and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah, and I think also tomorrow I want to go over another video I watched. Not Doctor Andrew Myers, an attorney, he follows us as well, and has been following the innocent side to this as well. Andrew Myers put out a video, and it's called "The Big Bluff Truth Lurking in the Secret Documents," and it's very interesting, you guys, as an attorney, that he put this out. You guys need to check that out. Or we're going to review it tomorrow, but you're welcome to check it out and discuss it then. Also, Outcast put out a video yesterday, guys, that I would like for you guys to check out when you get some time. Of course, I would love to see everybody subscribe to Outcast's channel because he does a lot of audio work and stuff. And he put out his thoughts on the 1112 audio. Check that out, you guys. And if not, we may review that tomorrow as well, because there's some interesting stuff within there as well. If you think about what's heard and what's not, he cleans it up real good and breaks it down. And these are the things, all these little things add up at some point. So just stuff to think about. Definitely stuff to think about. Yeah, there was a lot going on for it being such a quiet night. There was a lot going on that night, you guys, a whole lot.
He's like, how did he flip in and out with anybody seeing him? You know what I mean? There's a lot of like, you know.
It wasn't even like that, in my opinion. I think it was known. I think that how can I say this? I think the people in the house knew who was there when they were there. I think there were other people there. I still have a huge question about the 429 loud ass SUV that shows up at the house and who they were. Okay, and what part they took in this. Thank you, Meg. Guys, please subscribe to Andrew Myers if you will. Hit the notification bell, and you don't want to miss out on any of that stuff, as well as Outcast. Thank you very much for that, Meg. Thank you. Both great channels here. And thank you, Busy, you too. You put it out there too. So yeah, there's a lot that goes on that night that they're claiming it was such a quiet night in Moscow that night. It may have been quiet to some extent, but not to the deeper extent. It was not quiet at all.
They tried to cover up everything with their videos, make it look like the big shiny light. They try to make it sound like it's all muffled. You know what I mean? They did a lot of the videos to hide the loudness.
Every video, every audio and video that's been put out to us, in my opinion, has been absolutely messed with. Period. Yeah. Okay, to hide certain things. There's been, and you'll hear from Outcast what he explains on that too.
Anybody with a ring camera knows that you can pick up what your neighbors are like. I know what my neighbors are saying across the street sometimes. You know, if they're fighting, so you pick up everything. It's never muffled like that.
Well, and that's why I want to hear the actual, which I'll never hear, but the actual audio from 11/12 that night, from midnight on till 12 the next day, is what I want to hear. Yeah. We're never gonna ever hear that because I think that tells the truth.
Of course. I want to know where's the video Olivia saw them get dropped off. That camera stays in the house allegedly. Like, I would love to see that camera video.
Right.
You know, where's that at? Don't forget.
Well, that's one of the issues I agree with. There's lots. Yes, Colleen, there was a lot of activity that night. Way more than they want us to believe. Just saying. Do you guys have anything else? Because I do have to wrap it up because we're almost at 4 hours, and I try not to go over that any further.
I was going to mention how close that neighborhood is as far as residents. As close as they are.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize how small and compact that neighborhood was. And for somebody not to hear a thing or didn't get woke up or something.
And the way it's set up is like if you're going to the opposite side, like where the Queen Road apartments are and all that, it's like a fishbowl. All of that stuff echoed around through there and right back to it. So a lot more was heard than people believe. And when you look at videos, it looks like it's further away than it truly is.
Yeah.
And there's houses right behind. There's houses right next to. All of that should have been heard, folks. And for people to say they didn't hear it,
We heard the dog.
I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I just don't at this point. I think that everybody that has said, I don't know, I didn't hear, I was sleeping, this and that, I'm calling bullshit. I think that nobody wanted to talk because, well, maybe out of fear. Who knows? Just saying, you know, So
it's like, who hasn't got woken up because a dog, somebody's neighbor's dog is out there barking her head off?
right.
You woke you up out of dead sleep. You don't go. Your natural reaction to that is open up the blind, seeing what's going on, or a window, or a door, or something, or you looking out, finding out what's going on, and you don't see nothing.
Right. Right.
Like poor people just hanging out, just having a good old time in front of the residence, and you got your undercover cop sitting there making patrols and seeing this.
Right.
And he's so narrow-minded and focused on his job just because they don't have an open container. He didn't even think twice about it; just kept on going.
And then they try to play that off as that's Brian circling the area there when it's really not. But okay, it's really
I know I
not.
mention that all the time, but it's just little things like that. These are red flags.
Yeah,
All that is red flags. And
I agree with that. That is fact. They are all red flags, you guys. Very true. Very true. So
anyway, I'm hoping that something changes with this case and it goes to trial.
it would be
And
awesome.
Thanks, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing I had issues with too. I see some of you guys referring to, and I said it when we were listening to that audio that came out from 1112. That dog barked for 45 plus minutes nonstop, and it was loud. It's not, especially at night when there's no other noise really going on. And people called and complained about that house, noise complaints all the time. One specific neighbor specifically, because of the noise complaints. You're going to tell me that the same person and many other people did not complain about that dog barking? Or did they? And nothing was done because there were people that knew what was going on there and they didn't want to step into that situation, or it was already kind of previously alerted to, maybe.
That's a good question. That was just, as soon as you said that, I was like, maybe they told people, don't worry about the dog barking. If you hear a dog barking, don't worry about it.
Or they were told when whoever called in and said, yeah, we got it. We were all checking it out. No problem. But they didn't do a thing because they knew the situation to some aspect. You know what I mean? That's truly my opinion on that.
And as much as the cops like to patrol the neighborhood, I'm surprised they didn't get a phone call right about that time talking about a noise complaint. Because
that's what I'm talking about. Right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There have been a call for that noise complaint that night. There was a patrol circling the area, but conveniently enough, they ended up taking off the other side of town, and then they were done for the night. I don't believe in this stuff, guys. It makes no sense in the real world. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
None of these people, everybody's acted. This entire case, every single person is acting so strange. Think about it.
Right.
The victims, the perpetrator, the cops. Everybody's acting like it's just another day. They are all so like, except for the little bit of like hysterical Jill and hysterical Bethany. But other than that, it's like everybody's acting so opposite of what you would think. You know what I mean? It's just so weird.
Absolutely.
Nobody's acting like a normal. Like, it's weird.
No, I get it. And let me
Weird energy.
Hold on, I just screwed something up here.
The chemistry. When you said that, I was like, yeah, it's got a dark energy. It's definitely got a dark energy watching it. It's
right.
Not.
1 minute. I'm trying to pull something up that I was going to run here. Give me a minute here. And by the way, for those of you that were talking about Eddie, he got busy today and was not able to join us, unfortunately. But he is all right. I checked in with him. 1 minute here.
But there is a spiritual part of this case here, and I'm not okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a believer.
Me too.
I'm a straight up believer. Okay, but at the same time, that's my role as a believer, is to be the spiritually discernment. I have that.
Mm-hmm.
So if spiritually something's wrong in my spirit and I feel that, I have to call that out.
Yeah.
Because if not, that's detrimental to my spirituality as a believer.
Okay.
So anyway, yeah, there is a dark element in that town.
Right.
And all over this case. It's all
right.
over.
Real quick, Mama D, if you're still in here, I appreciate what you sent me. I cannot show that on here because I'll get struck for that. I'm going to review it myself, and then maybe we can just break it down and talk about it piece for piece. But because of what it is it won't let me show it. So I just wanted to let you know I wasn't ignoring that. I was looking through to see if I could play it, but I definitely cannot play that one because of who puts it out. So hold on a minute here. If that's what that is, the Fifth Estate, I can't run that documentary. It won't allow me to do it. I'll get struck right away. If you guys are interested, you can Google the Fifth Estate. Okay, read into that, and it will tell you there's some interesting stuff within that. Okay, but I can't run it on here because I'll definitely get hit. Because I looked it up to see if I could. Now I'll get tagged right away.
What is it, Dago?
It's called the Fifth Estate. Google that and look into it, folks. It's interesting. It very much is. There's a show that was put out on it before that I can't run certain things on here because I'll get struck down for it. Unfortunately. But thank you for that, Mama D. It's very interesting. It truly is. Yeah, I know. I know, Barb. And that's what I'm saying. Like, don't tell me you didn't hear this dog. He was barking for almost an hour nonstop, and he sounded distressed to me. So
that was the distress part.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't I gotta come in bark. It was like, something's up, let me in. I'm like a security dog, like whatever. He wanted to get to something. Poor guy.
yeah, it sounds like Children of the Corn. Yeah, he who walks behind the rose. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. It truly is. It's very weird.
Ozark, man. It reminds me of
Thank you,
Ozark.
Lola. I appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed the show for sure. If there's anything you guys got out of it, I appreciate that as well. I like the conversations. I truly do. We always have great conversations. We never don't. So that being said, I think I'm going to have to say that's it for today for right now. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day. If any of my mods that are ever available to jump into the mod chat, if you can jump in there, if you have any time, I'd like to have a little talk with you. I appreciate Hemisphere, you very much. Miss Krista, you as always. I always appreciate you guys. Make sure that you do subscribe to Reality with Krista Marie. She does a great job over there. Just running her mouth because that's what they do over there. And they talk about all sorts of crazy stuff on the Bravo Network. And I love it. It's actually kind of interesting. My wife loves it too. But no, she does amazing. So please make sure you subscribe to her channel and all the other great creators that we threw out here today. Typically Unique's channel. Of course, Miss Lucy. Please and thank you. Nothing half-assed. Go check her out as well. She does some really good impressions, you guys. I love it. I love it. Love it. But we have an amazing group of creators and community members in here that I absolutely adore and have nothing but love for all of you. My moderators, you know, absolutely know. And again, Moonlit, welcome to the family and the crew. We appreciate you very much. Good to see you, Julianne. Thank you for joining us today. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you guys very soon. Thank you again, Krista Hemisphere. I hope you all have a great day, guys. I'll see you soon.
Good night, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Later.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup cracks, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drown